How's everybody doing today? Let's see. All right. Let me just fix the camera super quick because we always have to fucking zoom the camera in. Usually I'm supposed to do this before stream, but I always fucking forget. All right. Man. I missed a hell of a lot over the past couple of days, huh? Wait, what's this?
So I think I should rape somebody. I'm definitely gonna rape somebody.
What?
Yeah, I'm for sure gonna rape somebody. That's a really good idea.
Why would he say this? Okay, let's see. What am I doing? I moved out of the forest in the Pokemon game. This is our team as it stands right now. We have Schizomaxer. Here, we'll do it like this. We have Schizomaxer, the Mudkip. We have Lil Wang, the Wingle. Autism Mode, the Zigzagoon. Blood Sports, the Shroomish. We got Slim Jim the Poochyena and Bones of Doom the Cascoon. Tank Shield type Pokemon be named Holly. Is that Hunter Avalon's girlfriend's name? Please tell me that's not the joke you're making. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, I actually have shit to say about the Hunter Avalon stuff. Alright, wait, Nair, can you link me his tweet, his original tweet? With the blurred out blood? Can you find that for me? Jesus fucking Christ. Are we just going? Are we going like 0 to 100 on this stream? 0 being me telling you guys the names and names of the Pokemon and all the Pokemon in our team so far, and then 100 just talking about Hunter Avalon being the victim of an attempted murder-suicide. My question is, her ex full schizo, or is it something like she cheated on Hunter? Wait, or she cheated with Hunter. Is that what you meant to ask? My understanding is this guy's full schizo because he like put air tags in her Twitter, or she posted on Twitter that he had tracked her using air tags hidden in her belongings that she took from his house. So yeah, the video that's blurred because I don't think I can show like the actual like blood on like an actual gunshot wound on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know anything about their relationship. The fact that he posted this, is she also a streamer or something? I don't know anything about like this new relationship that he's in. Does anybody else? Is this like one of those or not open? One of those relationships where they are open about who they're dating and they're like constantly on each other's streams or something? Is she a content creator? Because yeah, she streams. Okay, because I saw some I saw one of her tweets that was not this one. Okay, I haven't seen the video. No, I'm not gonna laugh because there's no reason to laugh. Okay. This is all the information that I know. All right. This is all the information that I know. So that if and when I laugh, it makes sense why I'm laughing. I do not think that any part of this is Hunter's fault. I don't think that he did anything bad. I don't think that he acted inappropriately in the situation. All right. I don't think that he is a bad person. It's all of the aftermath that I have some light critiques for a man who is you know. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying this. I don't know who is saying this. Whoever is saying this is just wrong, okay? This is so wrong. Okay? But what I'm saying is, genuinely, despite the memes, it is fucking horrible what happened to Hunter Avalone. From an objective point of view, it is fucking horrible. Nothing that Hunter did would have warranted this happening to him. Nothing that preceded this would have warranted this happening to him, right? So, but this is what happened. He's dating some girl. One second. What is her streaming platform? She's a Twitch streamer. Is she a big Twitch streamer? Stop. 17K. She's verified. Okay. Can we get I have background music, not fucking chains. Okay, let's just get the background music playing. All right. So she doesn't have a small following. All right. She has a pretty decent following for Twitch. I don't know any of these fucking people at the bottom there. But okay. Yeah. Her ex evidently, and let me see if I can find these on her Twitter. Oh my god, the media tab on Twitter changed on desktop. There we are. Abuse always escalates once you leave. I just found out that Conrad put air tags in my stuff to track my location. This is not okay. Feeling violated. So she moved out from this guy's house, I guess, and he put air tags in her shit. All right. This one was on December 3rd. 5 days later. All right. 5 days later. Hold on. I'm actually going to triple check. Just make absolutely damn sure that it's all blurred on the gore. Okay. Yeah. Cool. So 5 days later, Hunter posts this. Warning, graphic. I'm still trying to process this, and I'm most likely in shock as I write this. But only a few hours ago, Holly's ex-boyfriend, Conrad, showed up at my apartment building with a shotgun. He shot through my building door, injuring Holly's leg in the process. I record the final moments in which we're hiding on the back porch. You can hear him shoot at police before ultimately taking his own life. In my own fucking apartment hallway. Still trying to process this. Holly and I are physically okay, but mentally, this is going to do some serious damage. Holly has been amazing, and she's been incredibly brave and strong throughout this ordeal. That's a statement. Here's the video.
Are you recording? Conrad has shot Holly in the leg. Excuse me? We don't know. All I know is I got a call from my landlord that said he was trying to get into the building. The suspect, sorry. The suspect was trying to get into the building, and then there was something shady about it. We didn't know.
Yeah, he had a gun under his coat.
And he had a gun under his coat when he came out, and then when we walked up, he's at the door. He's at the door.
Please come in. Please come in.
Please hurry, please. Okay, he's pounding really hard at the door. I hear shouting. I think I hear them.
Jesus fucking Christ. So, it's real. It's really fucked up. This is so sad. It is really sad. There is something wrong with Hunter, though. And Wick, please tell me if you disagree. He is debating people. No, please. I get it. Now, in Hunter's defense, there are a lot of people who are like, making fun of him because his girlfriend got shot and he didn't. The guy shot through the door. What was he going to do? Open up the door and then fucking tackle the guy? Like, conservatives are making fun of him because he didn't shoot the guy dead himself, right? But Hunter has this fucking problem where he'll just like sit there and he'll continue to argue with people. We all process things differently. I'd never make this shit a public spectacle. I'm not gonna lie. I don't necessarily judge him for posting this, Wick, but I kind of judge him for like all of the shit that I've seen afterwards. Okay. So this was... I don't think that he should have posted this, right? This was Conrad's final text message with Holly after she'd been injured. He shot himself shortly after. This is an ongoing investigation, and I'm not able to say a whole lot yet, but goddamn, this was terrifying. Please surrender. I'm losing a lot of blood. I can't believe that this exchange is happening over text. I'm not laughing because of the situation. I'm laughing because it's happening over text, which is just fucking absurd that in the modern day, you can talk someone down over text while you're bleeding out, which is just fucking insane. It didn't happen over a phone call. It didn't, not a FaceTime. They were texting, and it was in Comic Sans. So there's just like, it's just weird, okay? Please surrender. I'm losing a lot of blood. I never meant for that. No. God damn it. Please leave him, please. It's really funny that this guy still thinks he has a chance after shooting her in the fucking leg with a shotgun. He thinks he'll have a chance. What is this? Hold on. Does this have...
since he had said he was there to kill me.
Hold on. Was this... This doesn't have any gore, right? Okay. I just didn't want him to like point at her leg and some shit. They went out to confront him. She got shot, or she got in between both of them and told Hunter he had a gun, and Hunter left her and ran away. That's probably not good.
That he wouldn't kill her, since he had said he was there to kill me, and she was right. And so before I even knew what was happening, like me and Holly were at shoulder level, she was going to go down alone. I was like, no, I'm going down ahead of you. I went down ahead. And then before I even knew it, she like stuck herself in between me and Conrad. And then that's when she said he has a gun. And so I ran, then I waited for her. Then she started running soon. She started running soon after. But the thing is like, the misconception being that like anyone was used as a human shield. I didn't know what was going on. It happened within like 5 seconds. It was within probably 5 to 10 seconds that I put my head out the door, realized there's someone there walking towards me with a goddamn gun, and the next thing I know, Holly is standing in front of me. Could you turn that down just a bit? Thank you. Bet.
Jesus. So the thing that I have a problem with is him like, why would you even respond? You were the victim of an attempted murder-suicide. Why are you filming and hiding behind your GF? Fuck that Conrad dude. Waste of a human being. Good riddance. Talk your shit, Hunter. Don't be such a pussy. Wait. Talk your shit. Don't be a pussy. I just don't understand why you would even respond to these people. Why did you not do something? Why is he responding? Is this true? You were fucking around with a girl in an open relationship, some sort of creator polycule? Why would you respond? Why are you responding to anything? Now, where's the one where he like told someone to jump onto his stream and debate him. Or did he delete that tweet? Oh, there it is. Let's debate today. I can't wait to expose how stupid you are. It's weird, and I don't know if he unironically is just like a little autistic and he doesn't understand why that makes him look unhinged. I don't know if he's my impression of Hunter isn't that he's just like super content hungry and he'll do anything for content, right? But he's just gone through a thing. Yeah, I'm trying to I wish I could see it that way, Wick. I genuinely do. Like I'm giving a lot of charitability to Hunter, right? In saying that he's just going through something. But this is like beyond the pale. Because of the situation that originated it, right? Like when he was debating people on him getting cucked with his ex-wife who wanted to do like all black bull orgy piss golden shower, gangbangs, right? And they got a divorce over that, right? I can understand being a little defensive about that. I think I could be way more charitable to that and debating people and trying to, being defensive. I don't think it's a good thing for you to do, right? I don't think it's ever going to make you look better. But like, there's still brain particles on the roof of whatever hallway they were in. That's where it gets me. All right, that's where I start thinking, you know what? Maybe this guy is fishing for maybe this guy is fishing for content afterwards, or fishing for sympathy, even unconsciously. I don't know. It's the fact that it was a murder-suicide, and then he's like arguing with people on Twitter about it. That really, there's something that doesn't sit right with me. Okay, that's what doesn't sit right with me. But is there more to this? Are there more clips? Because my understanding is he took down his. We could try to skim through Kuiman's, I'm never going to say his name right. We could skim through Kuiman's, what do you call it? VOD, but.
Yeah, it happened all so fast. And then we ran upstairs. I was, within like a second, I don't even know, like my brain was just shut off. All I know, as soon as we heard the shotgun fire through the door, that's when Holly got hit with ricochet. She started running up right behind me, and then we ran up together, made it back to my apartment in time, slammed the door shut, locked it, and then all of this was happening at the same time that I was calling 911, and I was running to the bathroom to get a towel because I knew I had to do something because she was bleeding. So I again, like my mind was kind of turned off. I think it was just instinct at that point because I was just racing. And then Holly didn't even seem like she was in pain because she was just on all adrenaline at the time. And so we get out to the back balcony because that was the only fucking place we thought we might at least have a chance. And then by the time we're out there, was that when he started pounding on the door? Was he pounding on the door before we even made it to the balcony? Yeah, so we had the door shut, and then he started pounding on the door. And then the other rumor that we just got done clearing up too is this notion that like I was hiding behind Holly or something. When the video, I can see why people might have thought that, but I was standing further behind her. She was watching through the door, which let her see the.
I can't speak to how I would react in the situation. I genuinely have no clue. I genuinely have no clue. Let the guy process. Yeah, maybe this is more of a critique of the general creator space, but like, man, there's something that's deeply unsettling about like, you know, him posting the video. Are you recording? And like, hey babe, I know that we're about to get shot, but like, grab the camcorder, babe. There's like something that's like weird about that. Maybe it's just like there's like a rewiring of your brain if you've been a YouTuber for too long or some shit. They did a New York Post interview too. Jesus. Wait, hold on. I want to see this. No, I don't want you. They live in West Virginia? Oh man, that's even worse, huh? When in reality, most wouldn't be rational without crisis training. Yeah, like, and plus, I don't think that, like, given the timeline of things that he said, that he used his girlfriend as a human shield, right? It doesn't seem like that's the case. Because if he's saying that, like, when he found out there was a gun, he ran away, and within like 5 seconds, they were both back inside, right? Like, it all took place within 5 seconds. Doesn't sound like he used her as a human shield. Whoever wrote Hunter's GoFundMe? Oh no, really? Okay, hold on. Let's read this. Martinsburg police are still trying to find out the identity of a man who struck a female victim with a firearm before taking his own life. Police say it happened at a residence in North Queen Street in Martinsburg Friday. Well, he's like doxing the fuck out of himself, isn't he? By posting this. Officers made contact with the armed suspect as he attempted to break in a door inside an apartment while continuing to fire his weapon. A brief exchange and gunfire between officers and the man ensued before the man took his life. Berkeley County Sheriff's Office was on the scene, as well as West Virginia State Police. The female victim was transported to Berkeley Medical Center with non-life-threatening injuries. Why can't I fucking speak? I mean, what are they going to do? Come shoot him? Oh, Jesus, Wick. See, even you can make jokes. All right, even you can make jokes about it. Hunter, yeah, I mean, I said that's why I say he's doxing himself by posting this, you know. Our officers responded swiftly and courageously to do this, courageously to this dangerous situation. Their decisive actions, I have no doubt, prevented further harm and potentially saved lives. I am profoundly proud of their bravery and commitment to protecting our community. MPD extends its gratitude to the Berkeley County Sheriff's Office, the West Virginia State Police, and the Eastern Panhandle Drug and Violent Crimes Task Force for their invaluable assistance at the scene and the ongoing investigation into this incident. And then you said that there is I dedicate this to Hunter. Okay, let's see what horrible meme this is. Why is it so quiet? Why is it so quiet?
Fucking trigger. Now I know it might be hard for your little fucking brain. This for all you fucking soy boys who can't keep your finger off the fucking trigger. Now I know it might be hard for your little fucking brain to comprehend this, but guess what? It's just you recording this video. Get your finger off the trigger, you fucking idiot. This for all you fucking soy.
Why is that dedicated to Hunter? I don't get it. Okay. Wait, hold on. Who said that there was a New York Post for this? Actually so pissed he didn't check texts? Wait, did you text me? Hey, you texted me like 10 minutes ago, okay? Bro, that's kind of sexy, though. Bro, that's kind of sexy, though? Oh, I should be clear. He didn't send me nudes. He sent me a fresh print of Stevie Ray Vaughan on vinyl, okay? It wasn't anything sexual. Although, I don't know. I get a little bricked up when I hear Stevie, all right, ripping on that fucking guitar. Okay, anyways, no nudes, no news. Standing strong together. Okay, who wrote this? Jonathan B. On a fateful day that turned Hunter Avalon's world upside down, the YouTuber found himself confronted with a harrowing incident that left him and his loved ones traumatized. Did someone ask him to do this? Did Hunter ask him to do this? It's evident the road to recovery will require a new home away from the haunting memories that now plague their lives. A peaceful day was interrupted by the deafening sounds of chaos and violence within seconds. Hunter's building suddenly became the backdrop for a terrifying confrontation. Is this person writing prose for like a high school fucking like bio piece? I'm sorry. Like, I don't think that this is the way you should write. Just say, Hunter Avalon and his girlfriend were the victims of a domestic dispute turned deadly when her ex decided to try to kill him and took his own life after a standoff with police. There are medical bills that need to be paid. Please contribute if you have, you know, spare change or whatever the fuck. Right? Like that's what you should. You don't write a fucking play-by-play. Injuries to her legs from glass and a ricochet bullet, leaving her physically and emotionally scarred. The repercussions of this horrifying event ripple far beyond the immediate victims. The aftermath has left the landlord facing a staggering financial burden as repairs and restoration costs skyrocket. Wait. Are we fundraising for the fucking landlord? Moreover, the emotional toll inflicted upon Hunter, his girlfriend, everyone involved is immeasurable. Now more than ever, Hunter Avalon needs our unwavering support. The trauma inflicted upon him and his loved ones has left him desperately seeking a fresh start away from the indelible scars left by this event. Relocation will not only provide them with a physical escape from the haunting memories, but also a vital space and environment needed to heal and rebuild their lives. As Hunter's dedicated supporters, we have the power to make a difference. Okay. Got it. Did ChatGPT write this? I don't know what would be worse, if someone wrote this themselves or if someone decided to put this into ChatGPT. You know? Hold on. Before I show that on screen, I want to make sure that this is going to be safe for YouTube. Oh, that's a lot of blood. Okay, the blood happens at 17 seconds, so I'll just monitor it.
Conrad has shot Holly in the leg. The suspect was trying to get into the building, and then there was something shady about it. We didn't know.
Yeah, he had a gun under his coat.
Okay, we're going to skip past the blood. I'll read off what they say.
And he had a gun under his coat when he came out.
Harrowing video captures the moment right after a popular YouTuber's girlfriend was shot in the leg by her abusive ex in West Virginia. Shot her in the chest before turning the gun on himself. Why is that part of the story? Sorry, maybe that's callous, but why? Okay. Her ex of 11 years showed up and shot through the door. Like, ex of 11 years as in they haven't dated in 11 years? Or they dated for 11 years? They dated for 11 years. Jesus. Wait, how old is this girl? They've been broken up for a month or so? So they've been dating for a month and she's moved in with him or something? Oh, wow, there's another bloody picture. Ooh, let's be careful with that. Scroll down. Okay. Every time I close my eyes, I see him lying there, she said through sobs. I hate how that was the last time I saw him because he wasn't all that bad. He was good sometimes. In an Instagram post Sunday, Pena said that she was starting to come out of shock. I feel so torn up inside. I loved him for 11 years despite the abuse, and he couldn't love me enough to let me leave. Jesus, the pictures of her legs cleaned up is fucking horrid. I don't think can I show this on screen? It's basically like I could probably show this, right? This is like the cleaned up, like no longer bleeding, like the glass shrapnel, like that blasted into her fucking leg. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. This is some Big Brother shit? What do you mean it's Big Brother shit? Am I a sociopath if I'm feeling desensitized? Well, you don't have any direct emotional connection to this, and I don't have any either, so I guess I don't have... like, I've talked to him one time for like 15 minutes total. So... Okay, really quick. Hunter and Destiny in the Cold War to see who can have the bigger relationship drama. True. Like, not to be outdone by Destiny having a divorce. Hunter has instigated a murder-suicide on his property. Now I sent you something. Gotcha. Not for me, I guess. I'm not important enough to get anything sent to me. Yeah, I guess... is there any other information that's come out on this that VODs? Okay. Wait, did he private his video where he watched Hunter Avalon's thing? No, it's right here. All right, let's watch this.
Let's go. All right, let me change the stream title.
Sam, do you not see that I am currently live on stream? I'm not looking at my texts. To be fair, most landlords would charge the renters for the fixes. Why? Is that real? Would someone who is like the victim of a crime be held financially liable for the damages of someone who like tried to murder them? This is a legitimate question. I have no fucking clue. But it doesn't seem that way, right? Are we not going to play the video, Kuiman?
Right now, where obviously Hunter broke up with his wife and Hawk. Pick and back. I will say, like, you gotta respect that, honestly. Like, I used to think when the cock drama happened and he was debating people on that, I was like, this is pathetic.
Sondsol acting like he isn't just acting like a substitute teacher and rolling out the TV and putting on the video for the class. Listen, when I was a substitute teacher, do you think that I even put in that much effort? Bro, they had laptops. As long as they weren't jumping up on the desks, I didn't care what they did.
Heck, man, this is sad. But now I see it. Now it was never about proving you're not a cuck. It was never about proving you're not a cuck. Hunter is just perfectly happy to make the most insane content about the worst things that possibly could fucking happen to him. And he'll just debate people on it, and he'll just keep doing it. And now it's fucking based. Now I think it's based. So, yeah.
Greetings, everybody. Hey, everyone, how you doing? Yeah, first live since the incident. What incident? Are you okay? You guys didn't... If you're watching the stream, I'm really surprised if you guys don't know what happened. D-Squad, thank you for the $2 donation. What happened? What happened?
Oh, no.
An attempt on my life, and my girlfriend Holly is thankfully okay, but she sustained serious injuries to her legs.
There was an attempt on my life. I love how that's the first thing he said. There was an attempt on my life, not my girlfriend took a bullet. There was an attempt on my life.
I'm not down with dissecting every single fucking statement. I think it's funny that the first thing he thought to do was to bust out the fucking camcorder. I think it's funny. I think it's funny that he's debating people online about this. I think that, where's the post? I have to keep reminding myself that I have to get through this. If not for me, for all of you, it's hard. Like, you're already the victim. I don't like the idea of like trying to make yourself out to be like some sort of like Christ figure that's sacrificing yourself for other people when you were the sole victim of this. Like I have extreme... Cat, can you choose a spot to be and not step on the audio mixer? Thank you very much. Holy fucking shit, my cat's being annoying. I just... That's what I'm not like super...
Feels like it was ripped in half. My heart feels like there's a hole in it. Every time I close my eyes, I see him laying there.
Also, like, honestly, if you're ever, if, like, God forbid, you're ever in a situation where someone tries to do this to you, right? Don't go look at their fucking bodies. Don't go, like, just avoid looking. I know that sounds like five-head advice, but, like, unironically, if it's going to be an image, it's hard, retard. Well, yeah, sure. I'm speaking from a point of view that I've never been in that situation. Hopefully I'll never be in that situation. I'm going to fight you on this. Like, I don't know. There have been situations where I have seen like a dead family member, right? Like we found my uncle and he didn't commit suicide. He died of old age, right? But like, before I walked in that room, I had to like really think about whether or not I wanted to see my uncle. Do you know how? Yes, I know, Sam. What I'm saying is maybe, yes, I know, Sam. I've also seen someone get run over by a car. But there's always like this, maybe it's like a obsessive fear of mine of like from a young age of not like having horrible images stuck in my head, because there are a couple of images that people have like sent to me on like back in the Wild West days of the internet, like sent me like pictures of people being beheaded, right? Or there was this one video of some guys that were fucking with this dog and I didn't know what they were doing, and then it turns out they were just pouring lighter fluid on it, and then they set the dog on fire, right? And that was sent to me when I was like fucking 14 years old. And I think that like ever since then I've had this like deep desire to never have another like horrible fucking image burned into my fucking brain. And so like when there are situations that could possibly be like that, right? Like I see a really bad car wreck, right? I very, very intentionally try to look away, right? When my uncle died and we were waiting for the morgue to come pick him up, or whatever authority comes and picks up people who have passed away. Like I had to like sit there for a couple of minutes and like actually think to myself, like, is this something that I am okay like reliving, you know, like reliving in 3, 5, 10, 15 years, right? And I'm still kind of 50-50 on going in to, like pay my respects and say goodbye to my uncle, right? Even though he died completely peacefully, right? He wasn't in like a horrible, position, right? It was like he was reading and he just had a heart attack on his bed, right? But that's in my head forever. And so like I do think about that. Maybe it's not as easy as I'm making it out to be, and maybe it's not a thought that most people have, but it is a thought that I have every time there's something that's like really fucked up. Do I want to see this, right? When there was all like the Israel-Palestine videos going around at the beginning of the Ukraine war, when people were posting videos of like the initial invasion and people, like literally not having half of their fucking head, or that like really famous image of the little boy that got bombed at the fucking train station, right? Where it was just a child's body without a head, right? I had to think to myself, is this something that I want to see, or is this something that I like don't want to like carry with me? And it is definitely going to be a different situation between the internet and real life. And it's going to be a different situation between someone trying to murder you and someone, like peacefully passing away in their bed. But I think that there's at least like some sort of, similarity there that I can point towards. One second. I need to go say goodbye to the girlfriend. She is going to work. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. All right. Time to begin the ritual. All right. The worst part was during COVID and using FaceTime to see my mom's body. Damn, that really sucks. I did not know that that happened. Okay. I think I'm done with this. It's a bad situation. It seems like there's some like weird fumbling of the ball with the GoFundMe description here. I feel like in a situation where you cannot possibly get an L, Hunter is pulling the L, and I just don't get it. Cover Xan and Keffels? Yes, that's something else I was going to do. Really quick, I was asked...
Lately, I've been seeing a lot of bad information on the internet. I know, that's very shocking. However, this...
Fucking AI voice? Okay.
Lately, I've been seeing a lot of bad information on the internet. I know, that's very shocking. However, this we can look at and debunk very arbitrarily. I'm seeing people use a figure to justify aggression against the state of Palestine. The number I keep seeing is 6 million. However,
oh no.
This isn't quite the case, as we can see. And mind you, we need to be careful so we don't lose monetization. But, so let's dig into this. Let's go ahead and go with cookies. The first part involves maths. So let's dive into this math they're throwing our way. If we're looking at 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and Cookie Monster's got 15 ovens running...
Did you just copy and paste it? Or did you... Jesus Christ, dog. Come the fuck on. Just wait, there's okay.
24/7 for 5 years straight. How do we tally up to 6 million?
I have to bump it up to 1.25 or 1.5, just like a normal Sean video.
Do we tally up to 6 million batches of cookies? Something's off there. Let me break it down. 15 ovens cranking out cookies non-stop for 5 years doesn't quite add up to 6 million, does it? There's a mismatch in the math here, definitely not lining up to that 6 million mark. I'm seeing more like 200,000 to 300,000, citing the Red Cross Association stats. Aerial shots snapped by the Allied aircraft from 1944 to 1945 show zero traces of cookie action. No baking, no massive cookie transports out of the bakery. That's not to mention the fact of the cookie flaring chambers. You see, these are wooden storage doors. It's a bit of a concern since wood isn't great at containing gas. So if you were doing this, there might be some leakage problems to consider there. Safety-wise, it's not the most ideal setup.
I like how people don't understand the fucking joke. Spreading misinfo again. Does
Lately,
nobody?
It
sounds like an AI voice. Okay, got it. Good shit. All right, are we doing the Keffels Xan thing?
Okay, everyone, I want to give an update on the current meta in online politics because a lot has happened in the past few weeks. We need to go over it. So let's just jump right in. Obviously, the biggest update is the new Adventures in Zion expansion pack. This has been probably
link me the video, Gas.
Most controversial expansion packs in the past couple years. And it's really shaken up the meta because a lot of champions that used to have synergy together just don't. So good luck trying to run a Candace Owens and a Ben Shapiro on the same right wing comp anymore. It's just not going to happen. So we'll obviously get into how this new expansion affects the other team comps, but the other big news is new champion spotlight. Javier Milei for the Libertarians got released. A lot of hype around him. As usual with new champions, that's how it works, but
it's still, America, we try to make jokes about this guy, because he dressed up in the fucking Power Ranger suit, the supervillain, fucking Ancom Power Ranger thing going on. How much different are we when, how much different are we Whoa. We might need to be a little bit more careful. How much different are we? Okay, I'll open up these tabs, okay?
His ult is actually pretty sick. Every time he levels up, he eliminates an entire government agency. Which, if you're running Libertarian comp, that's obviously, you know, going to be very OP, but that's going to have a hard time scaling towards the late game. But, you know, we'll see. And for those who don't know the lingo, comp is short for team composition, and in online politics and other MOBAs, it refers to the play style of your team. So aggressive, defensive, so on and so forth. Okay, so as usual, we'll go over left-wing comps, right-wing comps, and centrist comps. Obviously play centrist, so we'll do some more detailed analysis of that towards the end. Okay, so the best left-wing comp, I'd say right now, is balanced aggro. That's going to be 2 bread tubers in the bot lane. So usually you can run like a philosophy tube.
Did I miss Sonsol's Twitch recap? Listen, they've literally made it impossible for me to make an unban request. Okay, I'm reaching out to people who I think might have some kind of connection with a Twitch staff, but like I go to log in to go into the appeals portal, right? And I can't log in. Okay, well, let me change my password. I go through, I get the email, right? I give them my email, right? I go to set a new password, and then I pick a new password that is strong, according to them, and it says something went wrong. No matter what browser, no matter if it's incognito, no matter if I clear my cache, clear all my cookies, clear my history, right? Do it on my phone, do it on my computer. It always gives me just something went wrong. I cannot even put in an unban appeal. It's really fucking stupid. 6 million. Where the fuck did that come from? Out of, we're way past that, Wick.
And an FD SIG. And then it's 2 Justice Democrats, 1 in the top lane and 1 in the jungle. And then a left-wing streamer. So Destiny's obviously the most viable right now. His passive is pretty good, which is just straight sociopathy.
Wait, one second.
Usually you can run like a philosophy tube and an FD SIG. And then it's 2 Justice Democrats, 1 in the top lane and 1 in the jungle. And then a left-wing streamer. So Destiny's obviously the most viable right now. His passive
I was about to make
which is just
bad
straight
joke.
sociopathy.
Never mind.
One of the things that popped up is this thing that Destiny is a sociopath.
Yeah.
Ignores all emotions and feelings, which is very powerful, specifically in the online meta. But if you want, you can switch him out for, you know, you can do a Vosh. It's okay. It's got some kind of like classic legacy type abilities. In fact,
yeah, the fact that like it took 5 or 6 days for that morgue pie girl who was like streaming with like everything from her, like everything above her nipples completely bare, swinging her tits, right? To show everyone that she was naked, at least from the waist up, right? That takes 6 days for you to get a ban, and we don't even know how long the ban is for. And then some other girl, where, 1 second. Lycan. The fact that Lycan is like putting this out, like this girl got banned for this outfit. This girl did not get banned for that. This girl got banned for this. Why would she be banned? She's not showing anything. It's softcore porn on a website that is geared towards young men aged like 13 to 25. There are other sites that have titties. Go to those sites. Why the fuck she would get banned for this and the other girl wouldn't get banned is fucking beyond me. All right, let's finish this.
And this is going to be a real hot take.
But meta. But if you want, you can switch him out for, you know, you can do a Vosh. It's okay. It's got some kind of like classic legacy type abilities.
In fact, and this is going to be a real hot take.
But as long as you've got the balance of the, you know, sort of active political operatives in the top lane and jungle, and then you have more of the academia type bullshit in the bot lane, that's going to be a pretty well-rounded comp for the left wingers. Another pretty popular.
Hold on. They have a. Remind me to talk about that after we're done with this.
The comp right now is the tanky comp, so that's going to be Hassan in the mid lane, Philosophy Tube in the top lane, and then just straight up 2 Antifa members in the bot lane, and then 1 in the jungle. And this is kind of like, it's kind of unusual because it's pretty rare to have your same champion essentially load out for both the bot lane and the jungle, but in this case it works pretty well. It's pretty aggressive.
IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes it did! Yes it fucking did! You fucking piece of shit! Yes it absolutely did! Fuck you! Fuck you!
It's not as aggressive as like the Terminally Online comp, which is going to be be
say?
Contra Points and Philosophy
His-
Tube in the bot lane. Hassan still in the mid.
Wait, it said his Q was what? Hassan's Q ability. Mad Marks. Spend all IQ points down to double down on a single incorrect position. Damn, that's based.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
It's not as aggressive as like the Terminally Online comp, which is going to be Contra Points and Philosophy Tube in the bot lane, Hassan still in the mid lane, and then you put Vosh in the jungle, and then you run Thought Slime in the top lane. And this is just an absurd, ridiculous waste of everyone's time, but it's aggressive and, you know, people run this shit, so it is what it is. This comp's not super viable in competitive, but I call it the clown comp. I mean, I don't know what else to call it. It's Hassan and, excuse me, it's H3 and Hassan in the top lane. Then it's FD Sig in the middle because his ultimate accuse everyone of racism is pretty solid on its own and can kind of, you know, move up. It covers the whole map basically. And then this is the just shits and giggles. You literally run Vosh and Destiny in the bot lane, and then it's just RNG, right? Because when you get Destiny and Vosh together in the same like lane, it's just a straight RNG comp, and you have no idea what's gonna happen. And it's, you know, it's hilarious. So I call it clown comp. Okay, let's get into the right wing comp. So obviously the main one that everyone's playing is America First. This is gonna be 2 mega church pastors in the bot lane, 1 daily wire host. You can switch this out a couple different ways. Candace Owens and Matt Walsh are pretty viable, so one or the other. Let's just put Walsh here for now. And then Tucker Carlson in the jungle, and then obviously Trump in the mid lane. As far as I'm concerned, there's no viable right-wing comp that is not running Trump in the mid lane. You know, there are so many people online just trying to make like DeSantis work running into things, but you're just not gonna ever have it work. And, you know, oh, well, they buffed him with the high heels. It's like, that's not gonna make a difference. If anything, that's gonna just create anti-synergy with him in the right. So, I mean, I get it. DeSantis' passive Florida man is very strong. Ignore all negative.
Does he actually wear high heels? Oh, bro. That might not even be a Photoshop. That might be real. That is real. That motherfucker's standing on his tippy toes to make people like him more. What a loser.
And just create anti-synergy with him in the right. So, I mean, I get it. DeSantis' passive Florida man is very strong. Ignore all negative side effects of drugs. Like, that's going to take you pretty far. And yeah, people are like, well, what about Vivek? It's like, dude, I like Vivek. It's funny. It's all over the place, but there's just no consistency here. And look, if you're going to run the America First comp, run Trump. There's no argument against it. That's the current meta. Argue with the meta all you want. I hate it, but that's just what it is. Okay, so the Libertarian comp is sort of a mirror match of the tanky comp. So this is Javier Milei in the mid lane. That's what everyone's running now. Thomas Massey in the top lane. And then again, just 3 ANCAPs, 2 in the bot lane and 1 in the jungle. And if you run this into the tanky comp, which is again 3 Antifa members and then Hassan and Philosophy Tube, this is just an absolute shit show, and it's hilarious to watch and competitive. So let's talk about how the Adventures of Zion expansion pack have affected things. So obviously the daily wire comp was one of the more ascendant team compositions in the past few years. Very solid, where you had like a pretty broad spectrum of capability across the map. You had Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Michael Clavin, whatever. Obviously Jordan Peterson got added, but then they nerfed the shit out of him. They literally put him in a coma and had him like get benzo addicted. And honestly, since he's come back, he's kind of, they've buffed him a little bit. He's gotten back to his main psychology stuff, which is his primary set of abilities, a lot of like maps and meaning, psychology, philosophy stuff. But like as soon as it gets like into fucking culture war politics, that's just not where he's effective on the map. But anyway, with Adventures in Zion, Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro, they actually have, it's basically anti-synergy now. And same with Tucker Carlson. A lot of people would run like a Tucker Carlson in the same comp. And Tucker and Candace will do well together because they're both pretty, anti-neocon shit. But then Ben Shapiro, who's got the Zionist trait, is obviously going to be not vibing well with the anti-interventionist crowd. So
1 second. Post-Maki Florida Governor DeSantis' strangely shaped cowboy boots have racked up millions of views on Twitter and TikTok, with online sleuths trying to determine whether he's wearing height-boosting insoles to pump himself up against a 6'3" primary frontrunner with a penchant for nicknames who repeatedly considered calling DeSantis Tiny D. If the 2001 Yale baseball team roster is to be believed, DeSantis stands at 5'11". Then what? If you're 5'11". Hold on. Don't they have people's heights like on their Ron DeSantis? Oh. Won't they have this like on his Wikipedia? No, they won't. Ron DeSantis height. It's all just the boots. Poor guy. Poor guy, dude. No.
those. I'm a fucking queen.
That's so sad, bro. Turn them into 5-inch stilettos. That's too much for the common man, so on a ready-made boot, they'll cut down the heel about a ½ inch to accommodate the lifts, which looks to be what happened here. Oh, man. That's kind of obvious. Oh, shit. That's so rough. That is so rough, dude. What a stupid thing to get hung up on.
So the next big right-wing comp right now is neocons. So that's going to be Nikki Haley in the top lane, Sean Hannity mid, Ben Shapiro in the jungle, and then actually you're running the daddy-daughter combo, Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney. Which, by the way, I didn't even know Dick Cheney was still in the game. I thought they removed him from a while ago, but he is still fucking lurking around. So if you are like a big fan of like military-industrial complex stuff, this is going to be a great comp for you. And it's pretty viable and competitive. You know, a lot of people like it. Next up is the Christo-fascist composition. This is actually halfway decent now. So this is going to be Mike Johnson in the top lane. Mike Johnson also relatively new. His ult, Pray the Gay Away, is pretty solid, particularly against left-wing comps. And they probably are going to nerf him soon, but while he's good, you might as well run him. And then you want a megachurch pastor in the mid lane, another megachurch pastor in the jungle, and then you run Jordan Peterson and Nick Fuentes in the bot lane. And this is like, yeah, I get it. It makes no sense, but it actually runs fairly well if you're running the Christo-fascist Masteries and Runes. And someone pointed this out to me and I didn't believe it, but you can actually replace Kenneth Copeland, or at least one of the megachurch pastors, with Hassan Piker, which I didn't believe, but if you look at their kits, they're actually pretty much the same, right? Super famous, super wealthy, preaching against like capitalism and materialism, but multimillionaires own jets, own mansions, and somehow convinces thousands of ignorant people to give them money despite being uber rich. So same shit. And it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but it is hilarious to like, you lock in a Hassan Piker on your Christo-fascist comp, people are like, what the fuck? And they're like, oh my god, he basically is just a, you know, mega church cult leader. So if it works, it works. Just run it, right? So let's get into these centrist team compositions. This is obviously my domain, and I want to break down a little bit more clearly what the essentials of a good centrist composition are, because it's very hard to do. So let's start in the bot lane. The two positions in the bot lane that you have to run properly are left and right Vanguard. So what that means is you need someone on the left and someone on the right to establish sort of the parameters of where your party begins and where the left and right kind of ends, right? So I like to run, personally, Destiny or CJ the X as my left Vanguard, and then Tucker Carlson on the right Vanguard. This is like, yeah, this is pretty wide, so you can do that. Another popular one is Sitch and Adam as your left and right Vanguard. Problem is, they tend to be too aligned, so you get a pretty narrow range of acceptable Overton opinions, so you kind of want to have it pretty expansive. Another just left-right Vanguard that's very popular right now is Crystal and Sagar. They obviously got good synergy together, and they do kind of have a pretty wide parameter in terms of, you know, Overton window, so you can run them in the bot lane. But if we're just running my ideal, like, Theorycraft and Centrist team, it'll be CJ the X on the left Vanguard and Tucker Carlson on the right. And then in the jungle, you need a nerd robot. This is someone who has no charisma and doesn't know how to talk to people or have much personality, which is basically like, you know, if someone can't last hit, you put them in the jungle, right? So this is where you want to run like a Ryan Chapman or a Coleman Hughes. Either of them very solid. Don't have much like, you know, speaking Ryan charisma Chapman, in my opinion, but like straight facts, straight Socratic dialogue, very useful. You can run in like a Eric Weinstein as well, excuse me, a Brett Weinstein. But the point is you get someone who's very just like idea focused and, you know, hides in the jungle away from like a lot of the action. So let's say Coleman Hughes in the current comp, you can run either Coleman Hughes or Ryan Chapman really. And then in the tank, you need basically a built body lifter whose name begins with J. So you can do Joe Rogan, Joey Swoll, or Jocko Willink. Any one of these three are going to fulfill your tank role. And you know, they all start with J for some reason, but this is a very strong like top lane buttress of like they're just going to sit up there and they are going to just hold the line because no one is convincing Joe Rogan, Joey Swoll, or Jocko Willink to go far left or far right. It's just not happening. So we'll run Joe Rogan in the top lane for this comp. And then in the mid lane, this is where you have your old man mage. So obviously I ran a lot of Jordan Peterson back in the day. He got nerfed. I kind of switched him out for actually Gabber Mate, who in the Adventures of Zion expansion pack is actually pretty good in my opinion. Kind of one of the leading voices on the whole issue. So Gabber Mate is pretty well. I've seen people try to run Camille Paglia in the center for your old man, old mage comp. And obviously she's not a man, but like pretty decent, pretty niche. You have to know what you're doing and like you have to understand the whole decadence kind of bullshit, but like that's low key pretty good into a centrist comp. And then I have tried so many times to run an FD Sig in the center with the centrist comp, but just he does not want to fit in. It just I like him, I really do, but it just he doesn't want to be in the centrist comp. So you know that's just how it works. Another decent centrist comp is Attack of the North. So this is going to be CJ the X in the top, JJ McCullough mid, Jordan Peterson and Gabber Mate bot lane, and then you can really throw anyone in the jungle because really to make it a northern comp you just need 4 Canadians. It doesn't matter what the fifth is if they're American. I gotta say, like, of all of the content that's come out of, oh shit, I just put myself into a double battle like a fucking idiot. Cool. Of all the content that's come out of this space in the past couple of years, this is probably the most original and probably the funniest. It's actually pretty good. And it's still like a, you know, Canadian comp, so that's pretty viable too. So thanks for tuning in, everyone. This has been the recent patch update, politics update. Maybe I'll do some more of these, but right now, time for humor. We're going into 2024. Things are going to change. Let's just fucking roll. All right, Godspeed. Peace.
More pigs!
Why is that?
Ronald Reagan's key campaign promises upon assuming the presidency in 1981 was...
Okay, cool. Got it. All right, what else are we doing? We wanted to go over the Palestinian guy calls for peace. Western Marxist threatens to kill him. This is just total bloodlust. These people love war. Western Marxists sending me a death threat. The red triangle symbol is used by Hamas to mark enemy positions in propaganda videos. Remember, I have never encouraged violence. I am not an Israeli or a soldier. This is what you get for calling for peace. Of course, Dan Simpson. I heard rumors that the Venezuela servers are getting a major update. Well, that's the next expansion, you know. Yes, you did link the Keffels video.
I didn't want to.
Okay, I want to see some of the a little bird told me that Xander Hall's editor is pleading with him to stop. Please stop. I've seen some of the fighting between President Sunday and Xander Hall. Because President Sunday never saw Shoe. You know what we should do? We should go to the Shoe on Head. Shoe on Head. We should look at the... Barbie, Sound of Freedom. Balenciaga. Now, does she say anything about them?
Talking about the creepy Balenciaga photo shoot you may have heard of, how I helped accidentally kick off Balenciaga Gate, the bizarre defenses of the photo shoot, and how I lost friends.
Okay, so let's watch a little bit of this just to get the backstory.
Is that this is a huge up from a billion-dollar company, and when a billion-dollar company up, who better to come to their defense than the progressive left? Can we stop pretending Shu is an ally yet? Shu on Head belongs in a prison cell for hate speech. Shu herself is basically a terrorist enabler at this point. You are a Nazi. Shu is literally just a Nazi. Yeah, Shu is a Nazi. Shu on Head is a fascist and a danger to our community. This is your daily reminder that Shu on Head is a Nazi. I'm sick of Shu on Head. She needs to go. No more. I think that if a button to deplatform her existed, we should push it this instant. Do you think
Jesus
reporting her
Christ.
vids would do anything? Hate speech and all? How about we mass report her Twitter? Fuck Shu. This crosses a line. Shu is a cum dump enabler for fascist.
The problem with lefties in this situation. Oh shit. 1 second. I just realized something. Where is Rustboro City? Rustboro City. Roxanne. Okay, the level cap is 15. I'm fine. Okay, phew, I got worried for a second.
Violence. Who'd expected anything else from?
Oh yeah, the problem with the left is that there are people that like agree with them on some things, all right, but they're not going to agree with them on all things because there's just too much. There's too much there for people to be as pure as everyone on the left expects everyone to be, right? No one is as pure as everyone on the left expects everyone else to be, and so the inevitable consequence of that is what? They're all going to cancel each other. They're all going to ruin each other's lives. They're all going to burn bridges with each other, et cetera, until there is no one left except for them at the top of the fucking totem pole, right? Yes, only Wick is pure. And, well, actually, Wick, according to some people that I've seen on your stream, you're actually a fascist enabler, and you hate trans people because you don't invite the nine-tailed fox person to be on your show. So, yeah, you actually hate trans people, so you're not that pure. You're not so pure yourself there, buddy. But anyways, Shuonhead agrees with them on most of like the progressive value stuff, right? She doesn't like war. She doesn't like it when poor people aren't able to afford healthcare. You know, like all of like the big domestic issues. Where did I just drop my thing? There it is. She broadly agrees with them on most like domestic policy stuff, but she obviously has some sort of hang up with you know, being a pedo hunter. Why did this guy just walk away from me? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you. I don't need a cutscene. Thank you very much. So yeah, they're just going to continually fucking purity test and cancel each other and burn bridges over people being friends with other people or not being friends with someone or for disliking someone or for platforming the wrong person or for you know, XYZ reason. They're always going to find something that they can, you know, just completely burn the bridge with you over. And that's like the big problem with the left. They're never going to be able to build a coalition. They're never going to be able to build any kind of mass movement that they talk about having all the time, right? All this collective action that they say that they want to do has never materialized. I think that even Vosh, like Vosh saying this of all people, highly ironic, but Vosh said that collective action is the thoughts and prayers of the left. And it's like, damn, you know? Like, can you be any more? Can you be any more based and true on the subject when you're just speaking about it and not engaging in that type of behavior? You know, she was a 40-year-old emo girl. Okay, she's like 30 something. All right, and she was our queen. She is too hot to criticize. Okay.
A Nazi bimbo hag. She's fundamentally the enemy and should always be treated as such. People like Shu and Matt Walsh are the types of people I believe committing acts of violence against is morally justified.
And again, like I've said this multiple times over the past couple of weeks, but like if you cut someone out of your life, you are ceding all future engagements that person might have, right? You're ceding all pull that your voice might have in their opinions on something, right? If you think that they're like, oh, they're a good person, but they have like a bad opinion on this, like, why would you cede the ground for that person who is a good person to be, you know, lied to or misled into like a bad position? It makes me feel like you actually don't care as much about that person as you say you do, right? You're not as offended as you claim to be. It just hurts your public image too much to associate with them. 2, 3, 4. Okay, I can fit 4 on here. Should I plant my berries?
Now, I just need to make this clear that this is in no way a representation of the entire left online. Most of the people who follow me are left-wing, and they agreed that, yeah, this photo shoot was really weird. The people who are mad about this are from a pretty small bubble, but nevertheless, lo and behold, I was apparently canceled. Now, I use the term canceled sort of sarcastically because I really wasn't canceled. It's kind of impossible to cancel me in general because I have 4 different fan bases and they all hate each other and me. And a lot of you guys watching this probably didn't even know all of this happened, but it was just very weird and I need to talk about this. Shuonhead on her way to once again use her massive platform to provide the neo-Nazis in her audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people, but this time the day after another anti-gay terror attack. I'm sorry. Where are the gays? My post had absolutely nothing to do with LGBT people. The Balenciaga thing in general had nothing to do with LGBT people. Where did this come from? This guy took a random response to my tweet and implied I was responsible for someone else's opinion and therefore fueling hate crimes against gay people. I'm just confused how Balenciaga posting an ad of kids holding stuffed animals and fetish gear turned into LGBT groomer discourse. Did I miss something? Look at the quote tweets and replies to her tweet thread from her followers. I have 500,000 followers on Twitter. I have over 1 million subscribers on YouTube. I am not the wrangler. There were a few people, not that many, who took my tweet and ran with their own narrative of it. I cannot control the opinions of other people. And a lot of these people aren't even in my audience. They're just random people on Twitter who found my tweet because it went viral. That is how a public forum works. If someone is egregiously being homophobic or harassing people in my replies, I'll just block them. There's nothing else I can do. What do you want me to do about the opinions of other people? Why don't—
The mom was defending the weird pictures? Yeah, well, that's the thing. Another problem that the left has, right? And for people, all right, listen, I criticize the left a lot because I understand the left. I understand the problems with the left. I can critique the right. I can point out the problems with the right, but I have no solutions for those fuckers except for you need to stop, sucking Trump's cock, right? But like the left, honestly, if they were better at not, canceling people or cutting people out or better about messaging, they unironically could probably in the next 100 years like achieve some sort of socialist revolution. The message is pretty fucking powerful, right? And when given in the right way, you can really, 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 you can really make it seem very appealing. But they also fall into like the ultimate hedonism like view of the world where just like, so what if someone wants to like dress up their kid in kink gear with a with a teddy bear, right? What right does that give you to judge them, right? They're not fucking their kid, like you're not helping your case when you're attaching your entire identity to your political project, right? Your views on sex and gender and sexual relations and relationships all come down to your ideology. And now you're trying to tie in like it's okay for children to be dressed in fetish gear and looking at best looking uncomfortable or completely dead inside while doing a photo shoot for like billionaires, fashion designer brands. Like there's no way that you can come out on top with that to the general population, right?
Don't you focus on what I said and did? Is it because I said and did nothing wrong? I mean this with the most respect possible. Posting this a day after a homophobic terror attack that happened because the trans drag groomer scare comes off in very bad taste. I think choosing to bring this to light right after the shooting is phenomenally poor taste. She went ahead throwing queers under the bus right after a mass shooting to cater to her homophobic audience. There was a mass shooting in a gay club in Colorado a few days before this Balenciaga thing broke. And because there was a shooting at a gay nightclub, I can't talk about pedophilia. What? To shitpost the LGBT community on Trans Day of Remembrance is so disrespectful, I don't even know what to say. Same vibe as criticizing veterans on Veterans Day. Let me get this straight. Criticizing a fashion brand for pedobaiting on Trans Day of Remembrance is the same as criticizing veterans on Veterans Day? Bro, you don't even need the far right at this point. You're doing their job for them. What the Even if I saw it from their perspective, like even if I removed my brain and replaced it with a little toy monkey with symbols or whatever they—
part.
Ah yes, the conspiracy that the fashion industry is up and weird. The conspiracy that the powerful elites are abusing children. That conspiracy. The worst part is she pretends to be gay so she can yell homophobe when you call her out. I'm convinced Shu has no real political opinions and just says/believes whatever sounds good to her. Isn't that what an opinion is? Begging people to finally realize Shu is literally just right-wing. Shu is a conservative, no matter how many lefties try to say otherwise. There's a term coined by Lindsay Ellis that I think fits Shu. She's a diet Nazi. Shu on Head is a right-wing propagandist. She is likely paid to be so either directly or indirectly. I hate Shu. She's not a leftist. She's a fascist who wants healthcare. Does this look like a fascist to you? She needs to be kicked out of the left like yesterday. She is a fascist. If you are denying it at this point, you are just a simp. Shu on Head is a right-wing paid propagandist infiltrating leftist spaces. She's a calculated and insincere plant, and she needs to be excommunicated. We need to boot Shu from the left. She isn't a leftist. At this point, we just have to not let Shu exist on the left anymore. Inevitably, she is going to leave the left, and it will not be surprising. So first of all, If I was going to leave the left over left-wing people being mean to me, I would have left the left like 8 years ago. I know it's hard for these people to understand because their extent of politics is quite literally Discord servers and Reddit communities. You cannot be kicked out of opinions. Like, I could call myself a right-winger right now, but I would be the shittiest right-winger ever, probably on account of the whole, I don't know, socialism thing. The whole being a socialist might get in the way. But more importantly, I don't know what about me calling shit like this out makes me not left-wing. It genuinely feels like some massive psyop. Like, I want workers' rights and for people to have their basic necessities met. I didn't sign up for this weird ass shit. I'm just so tired of like trying to prove to these people
here's
that
the part.
Like, I made my prostasia video about a year ago.
This is the part where she talks about other content creators.
Prostasia video where I exposed some child protection organization. What if I posted that video today? Would I be bombarded with these same people and called a Nazi and a reactionary and whatever? Because the only people that were doing that last year was the organization itself. The organization was calling me alt-right for exposing them. That's you. That's you right now. It's a pattern from Shu that she had for years. Even though she didn't say gay groomer out loud, it can be seen as a dog whistle. Shu may not have said anything about LGBTQ+ people out loud, but we can hear the dog whistle from miles away. Shu knows exactly what she's doing. 31-year-old knows exactly what she's doing. That's the thing. She did not mention gay and trans people. We know that she is thinking it, and so does her audience. It's called a dog whistle. She hides behind technically not saying anything explicit. Stop falling for her dog whistling tactic. Just because she didn't say gay doesn't mean that it's not what she's implying. The sheer amount of people who still don't know that Shu on Head is a dog whistle. Her name is a dog whistle. It always was.
What?
It's so funny to me that you can literally breathe and these people will find a way to make it a dog whistle, but a child could be holding a teddy bear in bondage gear in a fashion ad, and they call you a crazy conspiracy theorist for pointing it out. And they love to do this gaslighting shit, right? They try to make you feel crazy for thinking something like most normal people would think is weird. Literal soup brain. Leather isn't innately related to BDSM. What's wrong with a child seeing BDSM gear? The child does not know it's sexual. What harm comes from this? Who gives a shit, dude? It's a kid holding a teddy bear. How traumatizing. People love to misunderstand fashion. It's so tiring. It's not pedophilia, it's fashion, mom. Look it up. Is putting a leather harness on a dog BDSM too?
This child is not being mutilated. It is just holding a bear that happens to have a leather strap on it. Petco.com. Oh no, they're selling pedophile wear.
I'm sorry, you can't fool a degenerate. That is a BDSM harness.
Maybe Shu on Head sees a piece of leather next to a child and starts getting a little, riled up. Maybe it's a little bit of projection on Shu on Head's part.
Oh, you think this looks weird? Well, you must be a pedophile yourself. Wow, got him. This shit went viral on like normie Twitter and Facebook and TikTok. There were like Zoomer girls on TikTok like, oh my god, this shit crazy, for real, this shit not bussin'. And you're over here pretending it's perfectly fine and not weird and only Nazis and pedophiles would have a problem with this. Okay. Just reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. Balenciaga better be paying you people good, because if they're not, that's even more pathetic. They should at least throw you like one of those $3,000 high-heeled Crocs or whatever the f***. Like the brand itself even admitted it was weird, yet you're over here running defense for them for free. Even more annoying than the gaslighting has to be the whataboutism. I see whataboutism all the time when I make content. When I talk about police brutality, what about violence against police officers? When I talk about men being cringe, what about women being cringe? When I talk about women being cringe, what about men being cringe? You can always tell when someone doesn't really have a point or they are low-key defending the thing they're talking about when they do this what about shit. And every time you want to talk about weirdo shit involving children, there's like 12 motherfuckers that crawl out of a rock like, notice how they never talk about child beauty contests. All this political theater from you, yet not one mention of banning child beauty pageants. All this outrage, but nothing about child beauty pageants. Oh yeah, you're talking about this bad thing? What about this other bad thing? What is it, the all lives matter of pedophilia? Multiple things can be bad at once. But it's not 2005. We're not middle-aged mothers from the South. Nobody is out here defending child
Xander
beauty
Hall's
pageants. This
tweets
is so weird
don't even make
an
appearance in this, do they?
She's a hypocrite. I could be wearing a full BDSM harness right now. I could be wearing a full GIMP suit, but it would not matter because my content is not made for children. I am an adult who makes content.
Like, really quick, we're about to watch Zan burn a bridge with someone over this, and I don't see any of his tweets at all. Anywhere. Did I just miss it? Hold on. Here, hold on. Let's do it like this.
These same people and called a Nazi and a reactionary and whatever, because the only people that were doing that last year was the organization itself. The organization was calling me alt-right for exposing them. That's you. That's you right now. It's a pattern from Shu that she had for years. Even though she didn't say gay groomer out loud, it can be seen as a dog whistle. Shu may not have said anything about LGBTQ+ people out loud, but we can hear the dog whistle from miles away. Shu knows exactly what she's doing. 31-year-old knows exactly what she's doing. That's the thing. She did not mention gay and trans people. We know that she is thinking it, and so does her audience. It's called a dog whistle. She hides behind technically not saying anything explicit. Stop falling for her dog whistling tactic. Just because she didn't say gay doesn't mean that it's not what she's implying. The sheer amount of people who still don't know that Shu on Head is a dog whistle. Her name is a dog whistle. It always was. It's so funny to me that you can literally breathe and these people will find a way to make it a dog whistle, but a child could
So she doesn't actually like say that Xander Hall is a sex pest or anything like that. Got it. Now let's see him burn his bridge with with fucking Keffels over that for some reason. I guess that's why he decided to burn the bridge.
Do this. I didn't want to fight. I have been nothing but a good friend to him. I was willing to raise money for him for a legal defense when he was going through all of the stuff with Sasha, and he decided to burn the bridge with me because I associated with Shu on him. Okay, you know what? Actually, yes, I will talk with you if Tipster is available to mediate the conversation. I will have both of you on stream. I'm not doing a one-on-one.
This is something else, isn't it?
So, yeah, I don't know how to approach
That
it.
thing kept on getting repeated, but the only time I ever see the take that
Lunderbox is involved.
like Xandol was
Why?
getting pedo jacketed is like some tweets that don't really show it happening. So yeah, I just got really confused by that. And I maybe did see some pedo accusations for like just like shitposty pedo accusations going through the other way.
Hello.
Hi.
Jesus. It's whispers and fucking explosions.
I didn't want to fight. I have been nothing but a good friend to him. I was willing to raise money for him.
We're gonna skip forward.
What do you want from me? You are shadow boxing right now. I never said any of these things. I'll elaborate on stream to have a good stream. I don't care.
Based. Who are you?
Can you come
I don't
on
care.
voice? Let me ask Chad if that's the greatest idea. I don't even know anymore. Like, he's calling me a snake. He's bringing up drug use. It's gross. It's weird. Okay, you know what? Actually, yes, I will talk with you if Tipster is available to mediate the conversation. I will have both of you on stream. I'm not doing a one-on-one. You think this should be done off stream? I feel like at this point, there's no reason to do this in private. Xanderhall addressed me. Look, we'll go over this. Because Xanderhall's framing this like Xanderhall didn't start this, but Xanderhall did start this. Like, Xanderhall addressed me on stream first. I'm responding to Xanderhall and what he said on stream. Zan didn't have to do any of this.
All right, let's watch the clip.
I can't tell if the beard makes Xan look more or less scuffed. I genuinely can't. I can't decide whether he looks better or worse. More? I think it's just a different kind of scuffed. You know, one of the worst images that's ever disgraced my eyes that's come out of this space is the soy jack. The soy jack of Xan, where he looks like the remains of a third-degree burned baby, like screaming into the camera. It's one of the worst fucking images I've ever seen in my entire life. You both have the same facial hair? We very much do not. He has a much thicker mustache, and then he has nothing right here for some reason. Okay, it's exactly the same.
I sent it to Keffels, so maybe she knows what I'm talking about. Let's
Hold on.
watch.
I need to address a YouTube chatter right now. Genuinely sad to see another leftist community defend Shu. She's going to call Keffels a pedo the second she just... Shu defended me quite a bit while I was struggling before I went to rehab, okay? Stop projecting your parasocial fucking weirdo shit onto me. The people that are in this circle are fucking scumfucks. But here's also the thing. If Shu says something stupid, I will call her out on it. I will disagree with her. I don't think that just because I think
this doesn't matter at all to me when she's literally pedo jacketed me. Did you call her out?
This chatter wasn't... I was responding to...
You just have a lighter color. Okay. I mean, like, I have actual...
Keep him up. Get him up there.
I have, like, actual... I can't look at the... Like, look. Right here. There's actually hair right here. It actually connects with my mustache and my beard, but his doesn't. But he has a much thicker mustache, which is something that I'm somewhat grateful I don't have, because goddamn, the pedo stash, dude, the pedo stash needs to go away. All these kids are using the pedo stash nowadays. It's so gross. Anyways.
Keep them up. Get them up there. Could you please keep your hand up if you would be comfortable if a 13-year-old were to come onto Twitch and do an Amaranth bikini hot tub stream?
No, but I can't.
Okay, so like that's the issue. So I guess Demon Mom would be okay with literal children coming onto the platform and like riding around on like
I don't
bananas
know
with
enough
bikinis
about
and everything.
Amaranth to say
but,
that particular content creator.
Then why did you have your hand up?
Then why did you have your hand up? Bro, that's probably one of the worst clips of her.
To a chatter, I wasn't responding. This had nothing to do with Xanderhall. This had nothing to do with Demon Mama.
Publicly when she pedo jacketed me and Demon Mama, because I don't remember that even vaguely.
Someone has good positions on some things doesn't mean they can't have bad positions on other things.
In virtually any circumstance. Yeah, but she was just a straight up bad person. So yeah, she grills people in chat who directly referencing Shu's tendency and defends her friendship with.
Yeah, Zan just inserted himself in this. Like, I was addressing a random chatter talking about people who make really weird speculations about people that they don't actually know. I think Xanderhall is in his right to feel heard, and he's in his right to say that Shu is a bad person. I'm not taking that away from him. I'm not telling him he's not allowed to believe certain things, but he's setting up a situation where I have to either completely dissociate from Shu or I can't be his friend. But I can tell you right now that if I talk shit about Shu on my stream, she isn't going to immediately jump into my chat to start shit talking me or jump into public callouts.
Shu, so I mean, there's not really much I can say to that. I'm not willing to look past that at all. Like, I'm sorry. It's not an ultimatum thing. I don't like giving. Here's the thing. I may look like an asshole for immediately being like bridge burnt, but here's the thing. What's more asshole? Finding out that someone you're friends with is friends with somebody who's like been a massive piece of shit to you, or giving them that dreaded ultimatum?
Yeah.
You created the ultimatum and then you enacted the ultimatum without consulting the other person first. And then you went to Twitter and you shit-talked her without consulting her first. It's actually worse than giving the ultimatum. Ultimatums are, like, generally shitty, depending on the context. But, like, dude, this is, you're, like, absolutely in the wrong here. You saw something that you interpreted a certain way. You then blew up on that person in a public space. And then you're calling the other person the bad person? I'm trying to think, like, is there anyone in this space that, like, I would be offended if they were friends with someone that wronged me? Like, I would say that I'm friends, or at least, like, highly friendly with Wick, right? He has friendly relationships with people that I fucking hate. Like, what's her name? Viv, or maybe not Katie anymore. I don't remember what happened with Katie, but like, not Katie. If the one dude, the Endless Cemetery guy, was friends with Wick, I don't think that I would be like, nah, man, I can't be Wick's friend anymore. I hate Andrew, but I'm chill with you. Yeah, and it's like, lots of people are chill with me, even though I would say that, like, I'm at least, I haven't really, like, been, like, close with Andrew. Like, we don't, like, DM back and forth as much as we used to, but, like, I'm still friendly with the guy. I still like him as a human being. I think that he's a fucking retard, and some of his beliefs are a little scumfucky, right? But, like, I wouldn't be upset if someone's friends with him. I cannot think of a single person who I would be like, you know what, if you're friends with this person, I just cannot be friends with you. You know? You don't get to decide who your friends associate with. I mean, you get to decide whether you associate with them, but like, I think that if it's like an acquaintance, right? If it's like an acquaintance and you like don't feel like, well, I don't really know them that well to give them the benefit of the doubt. They haven't really done anything like to show me that they would be on my side if some like crazy shit went down, and they're friends with this person that like lied about me. So like maybe it's just maybe it's just for the best that I don't interact with them. That's one thing. But like if she's like built up fucking GoFundMe's for the guy, you know, that's a pretty crazy thing to burn the bridge over without contacting them first.
Lonerbox likes Destiny. Dylan Burns likes Destiny. There's a lot of streamers I associate with who like someone who wrote a manifesto about me and absolutely got me harassed on the internet. That's true. I buried the hatchet. I literally apologized to Destiny in order to put everything behind me because I want to live in the present. I don't want to constantly dwell on the past and dwell on how I was hurt by other people. You know? At a certain point, you just gotta live your life. Pepe Leggy, thank you for the $50 super chat. Zan struck first and she responded. She even censored his name in the video. Why is he allowed to make several vids about her, but she can't respond back? What was the pedo jacketing? No one's... I mean, yeah, I can't actually find the pedo jacketing.
Present Sunday can't find the
I've looked
jacketing.
for it. I'm like actually confused what that is about. And I'm not even saying that Zan is a liar. It very well could happen, but I reached out to Zan's editor. I reached out to Shu herself. I was like, where is the pedo jacketing situation? And neither of them could tell me. And that's why I got confused. Like, if she legitimately did something that fucking vile, I'd be like, yes, that was fucked up. That's wrong. But
this is what actually happened. They had a perception that she was shit-talking the LGBT community. And because they had that perception, they started attacking her. And because they started attacking her on something that she didn't think that she was doing, right? Saying that all LGBT people are groomers or playing into that, into that narrative. She was like, I'm not doing that. You guys are defending like actual grooming behavior. This is fucking crazy. Well, to them, that's literally calling them pedophiles. And so through like 2 or 3 layers of explanation, you get to this quote unquote direct calling them pedophiles and pedojacketing them. But again, you have to go through like 2 or 3 layers of explanation instead of just saying, oh yeah, look, she pedojacketed me. But you also have to assume that that was the implication. When what the real thing is Xander Hall got his feelings hurt because he had been defending Shu for a long time, and when this went down, he had so much pressure from his audience to say that she was a right-wing LGBT hating, anti-trans, thinks that all trans people are pedophiles person, right? And he had so much pressure from his audience that he couldn't not shit on her. And then when she retaliated to him shitting on her unprompted, well, now she's the bad guy. That's literally, yes. It's like fucking Darvo, right? What is it? Deflect, attack, reverse, victim and attacked, victim and what? Whatever the last word is. Darvo.
I also don't know why I have to answer for her when I wasn't defending her. Her audience definitely harassed him. Absolutely. However, that entire drama went way outside of her circle. Like, that went really mainstream. That was not just Shu's audience. There were millions of people engaged in that discourse cycle.
I fucking hate being the guy who gives somebody an ultimatum. Like, I can't be friends with you unless you do this. So I'm not going to do.
Okay, but even even if she did start this, why do I have to answer for her? I
Good question.
defended her in a drama with Thought Slime. And even in the Thought Slime video, I was defending Xander Hall. Because Thought Slime made up accusations that Xander Hall was running a sex
Of course,
cult.
Gayfesh is there, running defense for Demon Mama.
Do that. I'm just going to burn the bridge immediately, right? Like, I imagine many of you in chat might be able to relate. Like, say, for example, you're trans, and you've got a best friend who's dating a guy who's very transphobic, right? And your friend is like, oh, he's okay. I know he'll misgender you, and he doesn't respect your pronouns, but, you know, he's a really good guy. I really like him, you know? Try to accept him. That's basically the kind of vibe, the kind of situation I find myself in often, like in the place of like that hypothetical
Bye,
trans
Lil Wang.
person
Holy shit.
who's like, why is my friend defending their relationship?
I'm not dating Shu.
That's so
I don't know.
fucking ridiculous.
What I don't understand the hypothetical.
This is something else, isn't it?
So, yeah, I don't know how to approach this. Like, I don't understand. I feel like I'm being blamed for things that I didn't do.
Yeah, I mean, the way I interpreted it, because I was watching Zan stream live, to me it looked like some chatter just showed up trying to cause drama, and they conflated something you said to a chatter to being about him and Demon Mama. And I mean, he watched the clip, but he didn't watch the whole clip. And I think he took what the chatter said at face value, which just caused a huge misunderstanding that I feel like if you two talked it out, it could get resolved. I really don't think it needs to be this way. I think that if you two got together and talked it out, that it could be sorted out. Because it was literally just a
Okay, really quick. We're still operating off of the same rules as last time. There's one team wipe mulligan, and then there's one singular Pokemon mulligan. So I get to, if I want to, I'm not sure if I should. Is Pelipper good in the late game? One second. We'll listen to this. I'm going to look at it.
honest chatter showing up in your chat trying to cause conflict. They were drama frogging. And now here we are.
Yeah, but it's weird because he actually opens up the chat. You know, he watches the video and then he starts ascribing meaning to a random chatter that I never said that. I never called him a scumfuck. That's weird.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying, like, you know, I don't want to assume Xanderhall's being bad faith here. I personally really like Xan, and I just think it's a big misunderstanding. And, like, I don't know, I hope you two can talk it out and get it sorted out. If not today, then eventually. Because, like, this is clearly a case of a chatter trying to start shit between two streamers, and they got what they wanted, which is really unfortunate.
If I'm willing to, like, if you're willing to mediate the conversation, but I don't think I'll want to.
No, I'm sorry. Keffels is a better friend than I. If someone did this shit to me, I wouldn't be sitting there like patiently listening to them with a moderator in the fucking call. No fucking shot. No fucking way. Someone wants to like explode on me because I associate with someone that they don't like. Like, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, we can talk on stream, we can argue, but I'm not gonna fucking sit here and try and repair a friendship after you like come out and fucking like blow me up on fucking Twitter, talk about my fucking, you know, like in this case, he talked about her being too fried on heroin to understand the conversation that they had before about this situation. So like, if you're gonna bring up something as like fucked up as, you know, the former drug problems that the person has, right? Like if they did something similar to me, yeah, at that point, I just want to fight. I'm not going to fucking sit there and be friends and friendly and try and repair a bridge with someone that's willing to immediately just go thermo fucking nuclear on me. Yeah, fuck that shit.
One-on-one situation would resolve in anything but more anger. Like I feel like if we did a one-on-one, Zan wouldn't listen to me. I would lose my temper. I would get heated. Zan would get heated, and then it would escalate, and then more streamers would get involved, and it would just be like an entire fucking mess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here. That's what I'm here for. If you guys want to talk, I'm happy to mediate it. I'll stay super neutral. But yeah, I really do believe that this could be sorted out. I
Yeah.
think at the very least, it's worth trying.
All right. I mean, I'll send
All
Zan
right,
an
I am
invite.
going to use the one revive on
Okay,
Wingle.
I've sent Zan. Hello.
Hi. Playing a little bit of Lego Fortnite. I hope everyone's having a good day.
Lego Fortnite?
Howdy, Zan.
Hey, Tipster. I hope you're having a good one. I hope you're having a good one as well, Clara. I know that we're having a bit of a contentious conversation, but I don't wish ill on anybody.
Yeah, I really truly feel like this is a big misunderstanding, and if you two got the opportunity to talk, that it could be sorted out. Because I hate to see, two people who've been super supportive of each other up to this point, like.
What the fuck? Is that me?
Wait hold on
Oh,
a second.
okay.
I just have to.
Did he finally die for being fat?
Yeah,
Leave
you
him
talk for a
alone.
sec?
I don't know anything
do I-
about the
do I
tipster
sound
guy.
alright?
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Except that he's like a huge punching bag
cool,
for
cool.
people.
Yeah, I reached out a few nights ago after I had my bridge burning segment on stream to talk in private because a chatter had informed me. And I saw you mention this in a way that I don't necessarily agree with your framing of it, but I had been told by a chatter that when we'd originally discussed this back in, I don't know, April, I think it might have been. I'm not very good at remembering how long ago things were these days. COVID kind of fucks up your brain. Anyway, we talked about this, and I was told by a chatter that when we did, this was prior to you going to rehab, and that you were high on that stream, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe she didn't really remember, and maybe I didn't really explain to myself as well, because it was so impromptu, and I felt bad about posting my tweet after that, and that's why I reached out after stream, like, can we talk about this in private? I'm willing to work.
Some friend. Oh, well, like there's this like thing that happened and maybe it kind of like leaves some area, like some room for maybe it leaves some room for interpretation as to their mind state, like maybe that's what we're looking at here. No, I'm not going to think about that until after. I'm not going to think about that until after I've already blown this bitch up on fucking Twitter. Let's go.
Work it out, but I didn't get responded to, and I saw you make this stream, and I was like, what?
And then you didn't respond to me.
I thought she didn't want to make it a big
Before you
deal.
were willing to even have a private conversation, you were addressing this on stream, and you made it into a public call-out post like 3 minutes after I first responded to you in a Discord DM.
I understand where you're coming from there, but like I said, when I first got this message to me on stream, I was told, I guess I can break it down from like step by step. I received a message from one of my chatters that said, hey Zan, in Keffel's new video on Thought Slime and Shoe on Head, she says that people criticizing Shoe for pedojacketing those that disagree with her are terminally online. Here, I may be able to find it. I think you can probably read it in the DMs.
Clip, but I didn't
Mhm.
say your name in that clip. I didn't say Demon Mama's name. I was responding to a chatter who was making parasocial characterization.
This would be you in the Keffel's position. At 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Charlie? Daddy?
Bro, where do you get these comparisons? Where do you when you decide to send me something like this, where is the thought process behind it, my guy?
About people and what their potential actions could be. It had nothing to
I
do
understand
with
that. But that
Yeah, and
message
just to
was
step in for a
specifically
second.
referring to what Shu did to me and Demon Mama, though.
Yeah, and just to step in for a second, I saw the message the chatter said they did specifically name you, Xander Hall, and Demon Mama. So I felt like it was an unfair characterization by the chatter to suggest that Keffels was specifically talking about you and Demon Mama, when in reality she was referring to that specific chatter in her chat.
Sure, I understand that, but that chatter was criticizing Keffel's platforming in defense of Shu,
So-
a thing that I also take issue with.
That chatter did
upon the
mention
knowledge of what she'd
Xander
done.
Hall. If you look back in the video,
I
that
thought
chatter
Tipster
doesn't.
I thought Tipster just said they did mention me.
Well, right before you and Tipster popped on, I played the clip over again, and neither of you get mentioned in it.
Okay, well, my understanding was that in that clip, that chatter is referring to what Shuan Head did to me and Demon Mama, the whole pedo jacketing people that disagree with her thing. It was a very big drama of, like, I mean, hell, even Vosh agreed that she was in the wrong, and I've talked to Vosh about this in private, and there's a reason why he doesn't really engage with her publicly anymore, because he doesn't agree with what she did. A lot of people don't
Publicly.
agree with what she did, and
Oh.
I think Demon Mama handles it probably a lot better than...
So what he cares about is that you're not publicly supporting her. It doesn't affect him. Oh, that's lame. I don't have anyone that could take on grass types yet. That's not great. Okay.
Than I do. She has gotten enormous amounts of harassment. Just the fact that she's a trans woman on the internet means she'll always get more harassment than I will ever get, like just baseline. And so she's just got like that much thicker skin, I think. But when Shu did that, that was my first time ever having like a massive figure throw false pedo allegations at me. And to this day, I look through my comments and I'm still getting comments from Shuan Head fans that are along the lines of like, you're a groomer. A lot of them are commenting under the assumption I'm a trans woman, because if you're pro-trans, you must be a trans person online, I guess. And like their transphobic comments, their death threats on this post, and I have to comb through and ban all these people through my comment section daily since like April, for this whole year, since I burnt the bridge with Shu. And my reason for doing so was simply because she was purporting and started, really, she's the one who popularized one of the biggest gay groomer panic narratives out there with the Balenciaga drama. And that evolved into where we are now, where literally Republican presidential candidates are talking about gay groomers up on stage. Before the Balenciaga thing, it was mostly an internet phenomenon of people
killing
talking
me
about that.
That
drama blew it up into the mainstream.
That's
it was
not true.
nowhere near as
During
big
the
prior to the
Balenciaga drama,
thing.
I was covering the anti-trans bills. This was
that actually reminds me as well, because the biggest reason that I burnt the bridge was prior to this, Shuan had actually ended up quote unquote inspiring. That's kind of a stretch of the word, I would say, but the actual thing that happened was a Republican politician. I think it might have been a congressman or a senator. I don't remember exactly. Big deal Republican politician ended up seeing one of Shu's videos talking about gay pride discourse and ended up pushing a bill that would restrict the rights for trans and gay people to be trans or gay in public, like at all. And like Shuan had to make an apology post about this. It was like a big thing, and she promised she wouldn't do this kind of thing again. And I was like, listen, she apologized for it.
Do you know why she
apologized? And
apologized?
then the Balenciaga thing happened. Why did she apologize?
Because she reached out to me and said that she thought she fucked up, and she asked for my advice on how to make an apology.
Okay.
I think.
So is she vindicated?
I think that she's actually willing to listen to people, and she's willing to admit when she fucks up. But at the same time, I don't know why I have to answer right now for everything that she's done when I'm not her. I don't understand how this has gone from me covering her in a drama with Thought Slime into me having to defend everything that she's ever done.
Sure. So I honestly don't like the idea of... So I don't think that I need to control other people's friends and everything like that. If I feel like I'm friends with somebody who is too friendly with someone that has done something really bad to me, it bothers me a lot. Maybe that's just me. That's something that feels really hurtful, especially with how malicious and actively dedicated to trying to hurt me Shu was. somebody that she actually allowed to follow her private account ended up sending me a tweet she'd made where she said, "I'm currently working on a slander hall video." She was going to make a video, and she called it a slander hall video. And once it leaked, that tweet that she made leaked, how she was planning to make a video about me, leaked. I talked about it on stream, and I did a segment on it. You can find it on my channel, and she canceled the idea. But thanks to the person who leaked that to me. I'm never going to say who that was. But yeah, she was actively planning, my downfall. She wanted to get revenge against me for actually not just getting destroyed by her pedojacketing allegations.
Zan, haven't you done, 6 videos on her before?
6 videos on her? Criticizing her?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
shit.
I've probably done 2 criticizing her, because any that I did before that, me and her were friends. I don't think I've made a video criticizing her unprompted, unless it was, she engaged with me.
She hasn't made a video about you at all.
At most.
And you've put out 3 videos on her.
Because I'm related. I'm always mentioned. It has to do with me.
If you've done 3 videos about her, why is it the greatest sin that she does a response video?
She called it the slander hall video. She was planning a video in which she was going to slander me. That's why her own followers that knew both of us, that were allowed onto her private Twitter,
video,
leaked it
that
to
means
me.
that she's calling you the slanderer.
Is this guy fucking retarded? Wait, I'm sorry. Slander Hall has been a nickname for Zan for as long as I've been streaming, because people would say that he's lying about them. So they called him Slander Hall, meaning that he's the slanderer.
If you've done 3...
I did maybe 3 at most. And always...
But that's the thing, why...
Because I'm related. I'm always mentioned. It has to do with me.
If you've done 3 videos about her, why is it the greatest sin that she does a response video?
She called it the slander hall.
The slanderer.
Oh, fuck.
A video in which she was going to slander me. That's why her own followers that knew both of us, that were allowed onto her private Twitter,
video,
leaked it
that
to
means that she's calling you the slanderer.
He's actually retarded.
If that's how you want to interpret it, I guess so. But does that really sound like she's sorry? If she, my criticism of her was for spreading gay groomer stuff, and so her response is to plan a premeditated, takedown video on me to try to destroy me as, a YouTuber with millions more subs than me? Does that sound sorry?
Well, you keep saying that she sent her
I can attack her as ruthlessly as I want to, but if she responds, it's violence, and she wants to destroy my career. Make it make sense, guys. Oh, she's bigger than me. Yeah, that's why you make videos on her. You make videos on her. Why? Because she's larger, and you can get more clout, and you can get more clicks on your video off of someone that the left hates. That's why you want to make the video. Because she's larger. You don't get to have some shield because you're a smaller creator.
Audience to give you, send you death threats, which that's slander. She didn't do that.
No, she quote tweeted me and her audience, calling me a defender of groomers. So I don't know how, she called me a groomer defending creep, I believe it was. She specifically called me a creep in her quote tweet, then blocked me. And ever since then, I've had constant death threats coming from that tweet. Not to mention, the thing that started all of this was her quote tweeting and agreeing with a neo-Nazi that she's friends with named Pedro Gonzalez or something like that. That was the one purporting this shit. I was responding to that guy that she was talking to, who was doing the gay groomer shit and talking about how these people need to be killed. By these people, he meant trans people.
Can you show me the tweet? Because when I was trying to look into, because this is so old, when I was trying to look into all of this, I was very confused. But
absolutely,
this feels like it is getting really off topic because I haven't defended any of these things.
So like I said, if we just want to get back on the topic, my general point is that I don't care if you want to be friends with Seanhead. It's more so that I don't want to be friends with somebody who wants to be friends with Seanhead. And I apply the same thing to myself. If you ever
Whoa.
approached me and said, "Hey,
Yeah,
this
wait,
YouTuber
that's not
that
true.
you're friends with,"
That's not true. Zan, you contradicted yourself earlier in this conversation. You said that Vosh is still privately friends with Shoe on Head. So you were very much
didn't
willing
say-
to be friends with
I
someone who's
don't know-
friends with Shoe on Head.
I don't know how close Shuonhead and Vosh are. From what I've talked to him about, it doesn't sound like they're all that close. I've talked to him about this, and he doesn't agree with what he did, with what she did, and that's why he refuses to talk about her or platform her publicly, because what she did was very clearly malicious.
Okay, you get to like pick and choose what level each person. Hold on a second. Oh my God, we have just enough letters for Slander Hall. Why? Yeah, when isn't Zan being cringe? But like, here's the question: why do you get to choose what level of what level of engagement other people have arbitrarily? Like, okay, Vosh, he's too important to Zan's career for Zan to ever, step up to Vosh. He just can't do it. Abuser behavior 101. Yeah, so Vosh can, be friends with Shu, he probably said something sexist about her once or twice, and so therefore Xander Hall is fine with it. But God forbid you vaguely defend them in public, and suddenly they're the bad guy and they need to be cut out of your life forever, despite all the other people who like still associate with her in general, aren't having their bridges burned. That's insane.
Malicious and fucked up. There's really no way around it. Here, I'm bringing up the screenshots right now.
So is this less of an issue with her associating with Shoe on Head and more of an issue with her platforming her? Is that where your real underlying issue is here?
That's a big part of it, frankly. Like, honestly, if Keffels had just quietly been friends with Shu and hadn't blown up at that chatter who had referenced what Shu did to me in a negative way,
The
I
chatter
probably
wasn't
wouldn't have taken it
referencing
so...
either you or Demon Mama. Like, you can go back to the
But they
video,
were
neither of your names
Keffels,
are
did I not...
mentioned.
Do you remember when I told you what Shu had done to me and Demon Mama before? I figured...
Again, it's not just his pride is on the line, although that's probably some part of it. It's the fact that he has this strong line in the sand that he has at a very emotional level, right? He has this line in the sand, but that line is at different points for different people, right? And he doesn't know how to square that away so far. Maybe he'll have a great way to... One second, let me... Who is the guy that gives you cut? Yeah, he doesn't know how to, so far justify, cutting off Keffels, but not cutting off Vosh. Even though it's not like she's, sitting there, sucking Shu's dick, super hard, right? She's just there slightly talking about Shu. And then moved on. That's what it seems like to me so far. I haven't watched her video on it, but...
figured that when they directly reference pedojacketing people that she disagrees
and then it's also it's his audience on the line as well, because he, again, it all comes down to audience. His audience is probably what caused him to say, well, I can't associate with Shu anymore, I can't defend her actions anymore, so I'm just going to I'm going to sell her out or whatever the fuck. And anyone that associates with her, now he has to cut ties with them as well, right? And part of it is, so there's the audience pressure, there's the personal pressure, and there is, I think, a built-up mythology that people do in this space. When someone has wronged them or they get into a fight with someone and they don't know really how to, they don't really know how to justify how angry they are at someone, right? Because after a couple of days, the heat of the moment wears off, and like they look back at it, it's like, really, that wasn't that big of a deal. I don't really need to have engaged with that person, right? Or I didn't even need to get that mad about the position because it's really not that crazy. I was just like really heated. And so I think that some people will, instead of just like pulling back from that, they double down on it. And they double down on it by creating the mythology in their mind. Well, this person was always a neo-Nazi, or this person was always bad doing this, or this person, instead of saying, I had this fight with this person, I didn't like the way that it turned out, and I just don't want to talk to them anymore. Now they have to like ideologically fucking grind them into fucking submission, I found that lefties are more susceptible to audience capture tendencies. Well, it's not just because it's leftist or it's it's the ideology behind everything, right? Because the audience doesn't have any kind of tolerance for people that disagree with them, right? Whereas conservatives, they can get along with people that disagree with them more than leftists can, right? Two conservatives can disagree, one being like a hardcore libertarian and the other one being like a Christian nationalist. And they can, they can pick out the things that they do agree with each other on and they can move on, right? But lefties can't do that.
With, you would think that would be referencing that because everybody I've seen watch that clip
And
seem
with
to
all,
interpret it
with
that
all
way.
due respect, you are not in the center of my universe, and I don't remember every single drama you've been through.
She says, "Who are you?"
Okay, I guess that's fine. I mean, I feel like it's not very nice to be friends with somebody who has done something that heinous to somebody that you're also friends with. I didn't like it, and so I burnt the bridge. That's why I did it. And it seems like you're kind of willing to handwave what Shu did and kind of even defend it and say she was sorry.
You
and try
called
to
me a
defend her
snake and a
character.
dick rider before we even had a private conversation. Why are you shocked that I would be
No.
angry?
Link it to me on Discord. Why is
I
Tom
told
canceled?
you that I felt bad for that after I found.
Listen. If Tom wasn't canceled for this, I don't know what he'll get canceled for.
So I think I should rape somebody. I'm definitely going to rape somebody. Yeah, I'm for sure going to rape somebody. That's a really good idea.
But still, even after all those women he raped.
Found out that when we first talked about this, you weren't.
You never deleted
sober.
or apologized for it. How would I know you felt
Because you
bad?
never responded to my messages reaching out to talk to you in private. I thought you were just ignoring me, and clearly you were, because you ended up, instead of responding to me and talking to me in private, after I messaged you multiple times on like days
I was
ago,
ignoring you
asking to
because
work it
you were
out,
making an
you made a
ultimatum.
segment about
I already
trauma.
have
I
Pucciana.
literally say in my message, I don't want to make an ultimatum. That's why I burnt the bridge. I don't like being in this weird position where someone I'm friends with is friends with someone who's done something heinous to me, and I either have to grit my teeth and bear it, or acts of friendship, or deal with some crazy drama like this.
You
It's
see
really
how
frustrating.
you see how burning the bridge because you don't want to make an ultimatum is just making the ultimatum?
It's not, because there is no ultimatum.
He was banned for, gotcha. Never mind.
You're basically
It's just
making
burning
the
bridge.
choice
There's
for
no
me.
choice.
Exactly.
But that's not what an ultimatum is. That's not what an ultimatum is. An ultimatum is an abuse tactic when you say, do this or I do this, not just doing this no matter what
I didn't
the other
know what it
person
was.
does. And making it clear that's what you're going to do. I literally said that I didn't want to talk about it in private at first because I figured that it would end up like that. But if you want to talk about it in private and you don't like that I made it a public thing, then we can work it out in private. But you didn't want to.
So
you
the
ignored my
definition of
messages and did the
ultimatum
same.
is a final demand or statement of terms, the rejection of which will result in retaliation.
Bitch busted
or a
out
breakdown in relations.
Merriam-Webster
So I would
on
definitely
her.
say by the definition of ultimatum, you were giving one. You add the
okay,
demand, it's either I don't associate with Shu or I can't be friends with you. And
all right.
you made the call. I don't understand.
I don't understand.
I simply am glad that I was able to come on and explain why I felt hurt by you. I felt that I'd explain what Shu did to me and to Demon Mama, who got it arguably the worst. I would say Demon Mama had to have gotten it the worst because Shu on Head, when she made her video about all of the creeps and pedos, as she calls them, defending Balenciaga, she censored me as well as everybody else that she covered in the video, but she didn't censor the identity of the one trans person she covered, and that was Demon Mama. She half-assed censored everybody that she responded to, including me, but Demon Mama was the one person she didn't even try with. So Demon Mama, with, you know, Shu on Head's massively transphobic audience, basically probably got it the worst.
Yeah, I agree that was
and
fucked
I got it
up.
pretty bad.
I'll agree that's fucked up, but what does it have to do with me?
I mean, it seems as though that chatter, as well as quite a few other people, don't really like the idea of Shu on Head being normalized, platformed, and continuing to be given charitability here on the left. And
Like,
I've kind of gotten to that edge, and I feel like it is both a personal relationship betrayal and a somewhat betrayal of what we're supposed to be doing here, for lack of better phrasing, I guess.
It's all
in
about the
trying to
movement,
advocate
guys.
for good ideas.
It's all about
and
the movement.
Being a good
It's all
person
about the
in this
movement,
space.
guys.
Will you ever have Shu on to cover something again like your TPUSA video? I single-handedly blame that video for me moving left, Lamau. I legitimately think that Shu on Head and I going over that TPUSA video was one of the best pieces of like political advocacy that I ever did. Unfortunately, right now it's not in the cards. Maybe things will change in the future, but at the moment it's not in the cards. Fuck, man, the Shu thing is so complicated. I think that you can actually see my autism come out really easily with the Shu on Head stuff, because normally when it comes to my relationships with people online, they're either friendly and affirmative, which is easy, or outright hatred, which is easy. But with Shu, even if I don't talk to Shu, you know, no amount of personal distaste that I have for her political takes or anything that she's said or done takes away from the fact that for literal years she was a close friend of mine and could potentially be in the future if we talked again under the right circumstances. And that ambiguity is like autism, you know, like kindlings right there, you know what I mean? So hard to read people in that interstitial space. But I don't think that Shu is or ever has been malicious towards me. That's charitability that I'll always assign her. Will you ever have Shu on to cover something again like your TPUSA video?
And Zan got mad about that? Oh, had no issue with this, even though it's from months ago.
Can I ask you a question, General?
Sure, Tipster.
It seems to me that Xander Hall saw, you know, here's an opportunity for me to get a little bit of, you know, drama with a much larger YouTuber on the left, right? That people probably have pressured him a little bit to come out against, you know? There's probably a couple of people that have pressured him to not be, not to be friends with Keffels because she's there was Noodlegate and there was all these other things, and so you know he probably was a little bit primed already to, you know, have lighter fluid on that bridge. But like the second she gave him a reason, boy, he lit that match.
Do you think it's reasonable in a space where, you know, multiple
What about
content
Demon Mama?
creators and social media influencers interact with one another? Do you think it's reasonable to not expect there to be some kind of crossover with people that you associate with people that you might not particularly like? Do you think it's reasonable to expect that? Because, I mean, if I'm being honest, like there's people
Really?
that you associate with that I'm not super fond of, but I would never personally put you in a position where I've made you feel like you have to choose or anything like that. So I guess I'm just asking, do you think that that's a reasonable expectation in a space like this?
Was there? Oh, nice. There's a chat. I can post the screenshot of Shu with the Nazi dude. Cool. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So basically, I have grown very, like, I guess the word for it would be black-pilled on, like, friendships with content creators. I found that for the most part,
It's because you don't know how to foster like friendships. It's because you don't know how to foster friendships. Treat people online the same way that you would treat people offline. Like, not everyone is out to fucking get you. Like, I don't understand how this is such a complicated thing. I'm so blackpilled on friendships online. I don't have very many friends online, and I know the reason, right? I'm not good at it. I was never, I didn't grow up online. I didn't grow up playing Xbox Live, right? All of my interactions with other people growing up were always in real life. It wasn't until I was like, I want to say like the first time I seriously started having like friends online was when I was 21. The person who told him to burn the bridge was Demon Mama. Well, no, nobody like explicitly told him to burn the bridge. I think that it's just like a bunch of different factors that lead people to burn bridges, and for like no reason. And all of the conditions were right for him to burn the bridge with her. But yeah, like I know why I don't have like a lot of online friends, right? I'm not good at communicating online unless it's like in an adversarial situation, like if I'm debating someone or if I'm arguing with someone. I'm very good at that. I love arguing with people on the internet. What I'm not good at is just like chilling and talking to people and having fun online. I feel like on stream, I'm not a very funny person. I don't think so, right? In real life, I say funny shit all the time. But I have to like watch myself when I'm online, right? And I also don't know like these people as well as I do people IRL. So like I'll hold back on jokes, right? Or things that are just like normal things I would do with normal people in the real world, right? I don't know what like the etiquette should be, right? Intrinsically, just like as a part of my being. So I know why I don't have online friends, right? But these other people, they really don't have any fucking excuse. These people have been online and playing Xbox Live, games, and they've been YouTubers for fucking like 10 years, doing Minecraft videos like Zan has. Like, you know how to have an online friendship, but you're just not interested in fostering them, because if you were to foster friendships like you do in real life, your audience would fucking crucify you for the people that you're friends with, right? Like I would say I'm friends with Andrew Wilson. Lefties, if I was still a leftist, I would get crucified over that shit. I would get fucking dogpiled like a motherfucker. It's just, I don't think that these people know how to act like human beings online. Okay, let's see what our encounter is. Oh, it's a Talo.
Most people are not really willing to have principles or morals with this kind of thing if there's a lot to be gained from maintaining a friendship. A lot of people are saying that I'm hypocritical because I want to burn the bridge with Shu on head, but I won't with Vosh. I've almost burnt the bridge with Vosh multiple times over this. I nearly burnt the bridge with Vosh over this until his response to her was as brutal as it was. I was literally in the chat, I was in his Discord and in his chat saying, dude, this is a pathetic response. And most of his fans agreed at the time because everyone was waiting for him to actually, criticize her for once. I've been pretty consistent on these things. And frankly, I'm consistent with applying it to myself. Keffels, if you'd ever reached out to me to say, hey, insert YouTuber that you're friends with or you talk to or you even retweet on Twitter or react to the videos of on stream, they did this fucked up shit to me. I know that you're cool with them, and I know it wasn't to you and it doesn't affect you in any way, but it makes me really uncomfortable that you're still friends with them. I would be like, you know what? Fuck them. And I can even give an example of a time I did this. I won't say who...
Oh, Zan, you're so pure. You're so great, dude. You're so great. Keffels, if someone was talking shit about you, I would burn any bridge. I would burn any bridge for you, Keffels. But you wouldn't burn a bridge for me. And that's why I'm burning this bridge. Come the fuck on. All right, guys, name the Talo.
Drama was with, but a friend, someone we both know, reached out to me and said that
high
another
school
person
behavior. It's
that
really
I'd been
annoying.
retweeting and quote tweeting on Twitter, positively, had engaged in a harassment campaign against her. And
Give me a name,
I
y'all.
had no idea about this. I had no idea, and I liked the person who had supposedly done this. But she sent me the evidence, and I was like, oh, fuck. And I immediately responded by unfollowing that person
Twitter,
and blocking them.
oof.
And no longer ever in any form giving them a platform or positive voice. I don't expect everybody to have that level of dedication to that, but it's a standard I apply for myself, and it's a standard that I like to have people meet for me, because I would give the same for them, I guess, is the best way to put it.
So, Zan, this is a situation that happens to me quite frequently. For instance, Demon Mama, for a while, was planning a podcast, and one of the co-hosts, and I'll just say their name, President Sunday, was someone
That
who
fucker.
had frequently slandered me, made up lies about me, made up positions I didn't actually
That's
hold,
insane.
said that I
It's an
stole money
insane
from
statement,
my fans,
Reiska. Holy
and
fuck.
I didn't do anything with the fact that Demon Mama was friends with someone and was working with someone who, quite frankly, I hate. But
maybe I'm too sensitive. I don't know, but I feel like in this space, I mean, I've got a pretty healthy population of IRL
Birdo?
friends, and when it comes to like the internet space, I find that things are so weird when it comes to friendships. It feels like it
I'll name it
feels as
Birdo.
though any moment some
J-Dam
shit's
would
gonna
have
come along
been
that's
way
gonna
better.
force
Okay,
you
we're
into a
naming the next
position where
Pokemon
you've gotta
J-Dam.
either defend your friend or your friendship with that person, or like sacrifice it, and then your reputation might be on the line. Like recently, there was some bullshit drama that you faced, and this was like days ago. I might even have the video like up in a couple days defending you. Where like it wasn't even leaked logs. It was just messages you'd posted in public in Discord about how you think people should probably
I don't think
have
there's gonna be
gender
another
dysphoria
flying
if they're
type
going to
in a
get
long time.
irreversible bottom surgery or top surgery. And people were saying you were a trans med or a true scum for that. And I was like, guys, no. Obviously, we should be having and I made a video defending you for that. And
Hi, Sondsol. I'm sorry for being obnoxious at times. I just don't know why we can't be friends. We have similar social goals, just different tactics of implementing them. Why can't I get a chance? Hey, you haven't accused me of being a fucking Marxist, so you know what? You're doing okay.
a lot of people were mad, saying, "No, she's a true scum. No, she's a true scum." And it's weird because when you're a content creator, sometimes no matter whether or not your friend's in the right or the wrong, and I think you were in the right. I don't really think there was anything particularly disagreeable there. Sometimes you're put in this position where you've got to like sacrifice sometimes a substantial amount of your own livelihood to defend the idea or prospect of continuing to be friends with a person. It's happened to me before. Like I lost tons of subs prior to burning the Shoe on Head bridge for defending Shoe on Head. And it's made my view of online friendships really grim. And
You're such a
it's
victim,
often
Zan.
that I'll have a chatter come in and try to start something, like what happened with me, and with me and you. And sometimes it's nothing, and I'm like, I got you. You're just trying to stir up drama. And sometimes it's something that's like genuinely, wow, I'm glad I saw this. This genuinely does hurt me, and I'm glad this was brought to my attention. And that's kind of how I felt after I saw that clip, because from my thought process, months and months ago, I'd explained to you what Shoe on Head and Demon Mama did. Or not Shoe on Head and Demon Mama. What Shoe on Head did to me and Demon Mama. And then that chatter criticized your positive platforming of Shoe on Head, which is also something I take issue with, by mentioning, arguably, vaguely, I'll agree, but vaguely mentioning what Shoe on Head did to me and Demon Mama without mentioning our names. And then you responded antagonistically towards that person. So from my perspective, and I don't think this is what you meant, I'm being very charitable, I don't think that's what you meant. From my perspective, what it looked like was, knowing what she had done to me and Demon Mama, you heard a chatter reference it, say, she will do this to you if you ever disagree with her. Why are you defending her? And your response was to call them terminally online, indicating that anybody who takes issue with what Shu did to me and Demon Mama has recognized the pattern of how
so
she
the person
goes
didn't
against
mention either Shu or Demon Mama and was simply creating a position that someone that they do not know holds. And that was the problem. That's what I think is parasocial. When people treat content creators like they're all characters in a soap opera or something instead of actual people.
I feel like the CIA has killed the original Keffels or abducted her and is holding her in some CIA black site. And now we have some AI generated Keffels that's here now. Because this is a very normal thing. This is a very normal human being thing to say about online content creators. We are coworkers and not friends. Stop being so gay. I mean, that's what she needs to say. But like, how is it that Keffel's, after all the shit that went on, at the, what was it? March to August of last year? Probably get rid of Harden. She gets weird and manipulative in a bit. Oh, okay, gotcha. Her memory was wiped by the Men in Black. Yeah.
Sure.
Possibly Black Mask, but you have to show that you're actually a reformed human being. That's not gonna like spurg out every single fucking time something comes up that irritates you.
But I really don't think so. For example, a lot of people talk about the harassment that you face, and they call it drama. They say, oh yeah, Keffels is in some drama right now. Meanwhile, you're getting death threats. People are trying to swat you and dox you and find your fucking address, right? And I hate it. I really hate when I hear that kind of stuff. I hate when people refer to stuff that isn't unironic, petty,
I can't remember what happened with the
nothing
Aaron Green
stuff online as drama. People do this with serious stuff all the time, and it really upsets me. Accusing somebody who is how much, I don't even know how many subs Shuonhead has. Probably a few million, right? I've got almost 100,000 subs.
No, just act normal, Black Mask.
Shuonhead has well, back then I had way less. Shuonhead's magnitude's larger than me. And her response to me calling out her support of a conspiracy theory started by Nazis about how companies are trying to push gay LGBT groomer propaganda and normalization on people. I'm trying to post the screenshot of it. Do I have to down?
I think that's
copy paste.
I think that's where like the point of contention really is. Like, Destiny wrote a whole manifesto about it.
I know about what happened with Aaron Green. I just can't remember the details of it. I know more than you think I know about it. I just can't remember exactly. It's been a long time.
He said some fucked up things about me. I don't care if you're his friend or if you ever want to get close to Destiny or anything like that, because it doesn't really affect me. You know? Like, the way that I see this entire space, basically, this is an office, you know? We all work
there
together.
she goes.
We're coworkers.
We are
We don't all have to
coworkers.
like each other, but we do have to be able to work
Andre
in the
got
same
it right.
environment.
Yeah, and that's
Sure.
kind of what I was alluding to earlier as well, is the fact that, this is a vast space with, several different creators from several different backgrounds, and
How's it
there's
going,
tons
Bing
of
Brandon?
crossover between all these creators. So, like, there's going to be times when people you associate with either interact with or even develop friendships with people that you don't like. And, is it like a little bit uncomfortable at times when these things happen? Yeah, sure. But I mean, it's just part of being in this space. There is going to be crossover with people that you associate.
Is there anything wrong with this metaphor of people in this space being coworkers? Like, I think that you could be coworkers and friends, right? But like, you should treat people as like coworkers in this space. I do think so. Like, in general, like, of course, the office that we're all in is in a very, very loosey-goosey, laissez-faire, hands-off, kind of, work situation. But yeah, I do think that, like, if more people treated this space like an office space, right, the content would be better, number one. Number two, there would be more content. But again, I haven't had like an actual legit debate with someone probably in like 4 or 5 months, right? It used to be a daily thing on my stream. Why did that stop happening? It stopped happening because most people just realized that they either couldn't handle the debate space, right? Or it was too damaging for their brand because they kept on being made to look like a fucking idiot because they probably were, or they had really shit opinions. So they stopped engaging in any debate or really in any capacity with people that disagree with them whatsoever. You're open to have my offer of debate, but that's not going to happen. Well, I'm not going to lie. You're a 15-year-old. It doesn't make me look good to debate a 15-year-old and come out on top. I think it's more like completely separate office buildings in different wings. Well, that's the way it is now. But you weren't around when I first started streaming during COVID. Wait, Tom, or can you find a link to the Twitch politics tier lists? Twitch politics tier list. Oh, look at that. Like, look at the amount of people that are on this. Okay? And this seems like this seems even smaller than what I thought it was going to be. At any given point, you could log on and there would be at least 10 people on, most of which were willing to talk. Where am I? This was you have not been added. Who made this list? 1 second. Best Twitch politics ranking last updated. Where am I on this list? B tier. Uh-oh. Last updated when? March of last year. Bro. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Look at Dario still there. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, when I started streaming, most, if not all of these people were live at least 2 times a week. And they would talk together, they would argue, they would compare notes. It was like this really cool little space that was on Twitch. Yeah, Roseriss is on here. He's on there somewhere. But like, let's look at like the list now. Banned off of Twitch, but he's still on YouTube. He's still around. Gone. No longer really like in the Twitch politics space. Kind of semi in the space still. Doesn't really engage with anyone. He's off on Kick and doing Rizzler stuff. Doesn't engage. He does occasionally. All right. Gone. I don't think Zan debates anymore. He's Chud's kind of removed himself from Twitch politics. Rob is still Rob. Gone. Unfortunately still around. Gone. Terrorist supporter. Don't know who the fuck that is. Gone. I actually don't know if Mr. Geek still streams, so I'll, this isn't Sam Cedar. This is someone that used his picture for something, I think. So, gone. I think Freems is gone. That's Prime, so he's still around. Somewhat gone. Doesn't engage. Oh, she's still, or they're still here. Gone. I think gone. I don't know who that was. Gone. Don't know who that is. Gone. It recently returned, but now like fucking Groiper. Gone. Unfortunately still around. Oh, Joe. So still here. Gone. Pixie came back. Gone. I'm technically still around. Gone. Like, it's just like there's no more Twitch politics. And you would be hard pressed to find anyone below B tier still around. Right, I'm saying he doesn't stream, right? Like, you're not going to just like be able to hop on to like a conversation with him after getting into an argument with him in chat. Like, all of these things, all of these people are gone. The space is completely dead compared to what it was when I first started streaming. So it might seem like it's just like a bunch of different office buildings or like an office building with different wings. Like, yeah, that's kind of how it kind of seems now, but people don't treat it like that. It's exclusive social clubs that people have created out of the office building that we were all in, and then they kicked other people out or got them fired on spurious allegations. And that's where we're at, you know? Like, it's just, the space is dead. Lecture Fan is streaming now. Oh shit, did he come back? I thought that he quit after some like big argument that he had. Problem is there's no unifying panels. No, the culture is completely dead. And like it really seems like I'm coping hard about leftists this stream because I'm talking about why they can't maintain friendships and why all these people cancel each other. But like the left fucking destroyed the space. They hounded panel hosts about like this platforming of a person or that, or this topic or that topic, or why don't you let me onto your thing? Do you hate trans people? Right? Until like the panel hosts that were there are gone, right? They fucking ruthlessly attacked people until they quit streaming. So it like poisoned other people from ever wanting to talk to them or people around them because they might be the target next. Like the entire fucking space is just dead because people siloed themselves off. They fucking, after siloing themselves off, they would then like do coordinated fucking attacks on other streamers. Like it's just gone. It's gone. Non-liberal leftists don't feel the need to debate. Right, because they use their ideology as like a muscle suit, a fucking Kevlar vest. What I've noticed, if you disagree on anything, streamers will just ban you instantly, and there is no more conversations on anything. It's just suck each other's dicks on every topic, yeah. And the people who are around don't do any research. Well, the reason they don't do any research is because why would they? When they can get a narrative from someone that's larger than them and then they can repeat it ad nauseum.
Associate with that you don't necessarily like. It constantly happens. And I think trying to, I don't know, have these like requests of people not associating with people just because you have a personal issue with them. I just don't see it as reasonable, but that's just my personal take on it.
See, I
feel like oh, sorry.
No, Zan, like, I feel like it's unreasonable to want to burn the bridge over this when all I did was simply react to some drama that Shu was in. But if you were to put out a video, like, putting out your case for why Shu was a piece of shit, and here are all the ways that Shu has wronged you, and then I responded to that video attacking you and defending Shu, I feel like that'd be a completely different case, because I've gone out of my way, I've gone to bat for you. And that's why this hurts so much, that you were immediately willing to call me a snake and a dick rider when I've never said anything even half as mean about you publicly, or privately for that matter.
I'll admit I definitely got a bit emotional, because I felt very betrayed, and the reason why I immediately jumped to Twitter was because it felt as though you already knew about this. Like, it felt as though you had heard about this, you knew about it all, and basically didn't care. That's how it felt, and that upset me. Like, I feel like if I told my friend that somebody that they're also friends with did like a heinous thing to me, and then they continued going on like they didn't care, that would feel like pretty snaky behavior, wouldn't it? I do apologize for making the tweet. I jumped pretty quick. But, like, I don't feel like it was this awful, horrible thing that we couldn't have continued to work out in private after that point. I tried to.
Well, after you said what you said, I didn't know if you were going to come at this in good faith.
Oh, fuck. Shut up.
I try to always be good faith. I never, at
busting
any point in this...
Busting out the fucking... debate road fucking soy terms.
Wanted to be bad faith, right? Like I felt betrayed by somebody who I felt like was a friend of mine, because like I was hoping that when we could hang out in real life and shit, and I can't.
Is still up.
Yeah, because You
Your
didn't respond to my
insane
messages
black mask.
asking to work it out in private, and then made a drama stream about it. Why
I don't
would
think I
take
have
the
very
tweet
much in
down?
common with either
You
of
made
them.
the tweet 3 minutes after my first reply to you in DMs while you were still live on stream.
I don't think I'd seen your reply yet.
How's it
And
going,
yes, I
Sam?
was live on stream. I saw it on stream, and I reacted to it on stream.
Right, so you...
That's part of why... that's probably a good bit of why my reaction was as quick to drop as it was. I'm sure I would have been a little bit less heated had I been able to take a few more seconds, I'll admit that. But I don't think that my contention here, or my issue with what's happened, is all that unreasonable. I think that a lot of people... I think a lot of people have a hard time understanding how rough it is getting mass amounts of harassment online, and that was my biggest harassment campaign I'd ever received. So much so that I still receive the trickling in to this day, right? And it was from someone who I was previously friends with. And that's happened.
But you can't point towards where they actually sent anyone after you. That's the entire problem, Zan. You can't actually point towards anything that someone did to you directly. Y'all had a falling out. It was public. She never directed anyone towards you. But because she's bigger than you, any response towards you is a harassment campaign that tried to get you completely destroyed. It's just like an unbelievable fucking victim complex. It's crazy.
Many times, like stuff like what happened with Shoe on Head. I burnt a lot of bridges, and a lot of them were burnt for good reasons.
Zan.
Yeah.
The center, you're at, oh man, you're triggering the fuck out of me. The center is much closer to the far right than it is to the far left. You are fucking coping super hard if you believe that. You're not dumb, you are scared because the far left have indoctrinated you into thinking Matt Walsh is evil, so you focus on him. No, I think that Matt Walsh is evil because he's a scum fuck human being. He is not a good person. It's not that I just hate his politics, which I do, or think that he's stupid, which I also do. I think he's a bad person. I don't think there is an ounce of good in that man whatsoever. I think he is just a bad person. Nick is closer to the center than Hassan. I would say that in some ways the right is the center is closer to the right, and in some ways they're closer to the left. But if you think that the center is closer to the far right, and you're in here saying that advocacy for LGBT is akin to terrorism, then you're not. You have no idea about what's going on in the real world. Because most centrists, guess what, are okay with gay people. Most centrists, guess what, are okay with trans people. It's all to varying degrees. There is not a single thing that Pauly has ever said that has ever guided a single, a single ounce of my political beliefs or my beliefs on a certain human being. Pauly is also a scumfuck human being. You know what? Actually, no. Just, you know what? You know what? Maybe we'll bully this fucking kid in a call after
Zan,
we get through this.
In the harassment campaign I was in, it escalated to the point where I had firearms pointed at me.
I understand.
And then I had streamers
yes,
who
I'm
were
actually
saying that
triggered
was a
now.
lie and it never happened, who were making hundreds of thousands of views off the situation. And I'm still friendly with the streamers who are friends with him. You know? That
Sure. Yeah, like,
situation
I
is
can-
far
I-
worse. I don't know why you're not willing to extend grace to someone who's had your back and who has been by your side. Because I definitely went to bat for you through all the Sasha stuff.
How much further into this do we gotta
definitely
get?
appreciate
Should we skip
that,
forward some?
But I don't feel like something that maybe I just think about it as more severe. But I mean, because of Shoe on Head, I get constantly called a pedo and death threats. I'm pretty upset about it. I can't really let that go and grip my teeth and bear it. And the fact that she like actively planned on making a video to try to take me down and like stopped because I found out she was doing it because it relied on like dropping a video by surprise and not giving me time to respond. Like it was an active attempt at like career assassination, obviously. She called it the slander hall video, but I know you tried to defend that as calling me slander hall. I don't know. I think that's like I personally wouldn't be able to feel comfortable with like hanging out with you or trusting you with stuff. Like that's a big part of it. Like at a certain point, like okay, but this person's also friends with someone who hates me and wants to see my career end. Can I really trust this person with anything? Like anything? Like, can I be friends with somebody who is also friends with someone who wants to see me burn? Like, what if she...
Career assassination, what career, sir? Well, it's not even just that, because he has a career in being a YouTuber, but where did she try to career assassinate you? You had a falling out. Is every single time someone like disagrees with you and then they say like they have a public falling out with you, them trying to career assassinate you? Can you point towards one thing where she said that you need to be like mass reported or like deplatformed or anything like that, the way that you have about her? Who is the career assassin?
She decides that she's more friends with Shu one day.
Yeah, you're still friends with Vosh. He's friends with Shu. Yes, we watched the video earlier. We didn't even see what comment was his. Because she blurred everyone's names out, except for Demon Mama's. Based. But
you understand how that thought process is, right? Like I don't feel like it's that crazy, but I understand that if you're not someone who really feels that way, why it might seem that I'm just jumping the gun.
A planned hit piece. She was going to put out a video called, or put out a video about Slander Hall, because Zan has put out multiple videos on her. She was going to respond to him slandering her.
I think people have a tendency to dehumanize content creators a bit too much. People are telling me like touch grass and stuff, and it's like, dog, I barely post on Twitter compared to how much other content creators do. I'm basically always touching grass. The reason why I come into this space and I get so upset about this shit is because I'm not used to the kind of shit that goes down online.
I find that
feel
weird
like it's
because you've been at this longer than I have.
Yeah, but I don't like I stream and I hop on Twitter every once in a while, but mostly I'm just like hanging out with my friends.
Come on.
Or like maybe I'll watch like YouTube and movies and stuff. I don't really spend a lot of time engaging online when I don't have to. I try not to, at least.
I'm
Especially
always
after I
touching
got banned
grass.
from Twitter and I got exposed to how
So
fucking nice it is to not be on there. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just feels as though it almost feels more terminally online to say you have to look past this person. Like, if I feel like if I had a real life friend and one of them accused falsely my other real life friend of being a pedophile, an attempt, or like being a pedo
But she
enabler,
hasn't done
in an
that,
attempt
Zan.
to retaliatorily like spread misinfo and rumors about them to destroy them.
It's all
I
a
feel
construction
like I
of
would
your
be under a
mind.
moral obligation
It never
to
happened.
pick at that point. Like, there's no way I would feel that I could continue being friends with both of them. Clearly, somebody was in the wrong in all of this, and I don't want to be associated with the person who is in the wrong. And
The
that's
fucking
just
alert.
how I go about things.
Is there no
Right.
Fuck.
I don't think that it's a. I'm just confused. I'm confused by the whole thing. Because if this was a situation,
I don't think.
I'm very.
I don't think
familiar.
anybody has a problem with the way that you feel about Shu. Like, she did you dirty. I mean, everybody in this call has faced like harassment campaigns and been under attack by larger creators. It's happened to all of us. So we can definitely empathize with the way you feel about Shu. I just don't think. I just don't think pulling a guilt by association with Keffels. I don't think that's the move. But that's That's just how I feel about it.
I don't know. I just think it's funny that I got like literally years of harassment for being friends with Shoe on Head, and then when I finally like called her out because what she was doing was so clearly a pattern that not even I, after years of being friends with her, could make excuses for it anymore. Now I get shit for holding other people to that same standard. I think that aspect of it's a little funny too. But like, yeah, no, I genuinely
little
do
silly,
feel
a little
betrayed,
funny.
and like I could never trust somebody who continued being friends with somebody who is that willing to try to take me down.
Vosh
for
is
something
still
so-
friends with Shu.
Oh, really? Zan is
And-
going on about this right now? No shit.
B1B, this box wasn't ticked. So why wasn't...
Oh, yeah. I don't want them to get harassed or have to get pulled in any drama. Anyway, we'll resume. His response, and then Mudahar put out his response.
Kevil's talking to someone who
Everything. But yeah, it's just like, dude, why are you being this pedantic? It's because he's friends with Shu's husband and has to protect his reputation in order to defend his own. So basically... learned a lot? Hell yeah. Well, hopefully none of you guys get fooled into buying that game, because it is a massive, massive scam. Friends with Shu's husband, and really needs to defend the idea that Shu's husband's not a Nazi. He's currently, like, really, really harping in on my claiming that Shu's husband is a Nazi. And he's like, where has he ever been anti-Semitic? Where has he ever been anti-Semitic? I don't know if that's how he actually said it. I've actually never heard President Sunday talk. Where has he ever been anti-Semitic? And it's like, I would say, like, the clips of him saying the great replace, like the tweets where he says the great replacement.
Hold on, you watched 2 hours. Did he start off with this?
To Craft/Adventure 2 by Slamma. Yes, it is Hightail music. Good friend of mine, Slamma, made the dramas that have had much of the context buried and forced me to defend myself from dramas that, like, long ago happened and I was, like, unanimously ruled to have been in the right, such as the Shoe on Head versus me drama. Apparently President Sunday and Loaderbox, and no doubt many others, are trying to claim that Shoe on Head never once even came close to pedo-jacketing me. And they claim it is in fact I and Demon Mama who pedo-jacketed Shoe on
I just want
Head
to see what his
by me
evidence
talking
is,
about
if he
how
posts
when I was a
any.
teenager, like a kid
Posting
teenager, like 14,
evidence?
15,
Posting
16,
logs?
and I would watch Shoe on Head
Posting
videos.
evidence?
She would be like on camera with her at the time fiance talking about their kink sex life. And I learned like a significant amount of shit from those videos just by the fact that she was making content to a relatively young audience, something she's admitted, and was also talking about some pretty explicitly sexual
I'm not even
stuff
sure
in
if I
regards
want to,
kink.
Black Mask.
And I called that hypocritical. And they tried to accuse that of being pedo-jacketing. But here's the evidence they're so, like, convinced doesn't exist, by the way.
Yeah, let's see it
This is
finally.
from Shoe on Head's Wikitubia page, by the way. However,
Shu later tweeted, "Too late, he did it and unfollowed me. It's just like Contra, the Surfs, Hunter, etc. All of them over pedo shit. Normal and cool." That's not calling you a pedophile.
Xander Hall, look how famous I am. I'm on multi-million sub YouTubers Wikitubia pages, okay? I exist in the history of YouTube. Even if I, like, deleted my channel tomorrow, I have left an irreversible mark on the landscape of the internet. And frankly, that's the dream, right? However, Xander Hall accused Shu of trying to incite gay panic because
So
the
did
aforementioned post
fucking
tweeted
Chris
Shu on
Chan.
Head on
I
her
don't
way
know
to
if
once
that's
again use her massive
necessarily a good
platform
thing,
to provide
bud.
the neo-Nazis in her audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people, but this time, the day after another anti-gay terror attack. For those that don't know, this had all happened the day after, like, a huge anti-gay terrorist attack that I believe there was a manifesto that specifically said they are motivated by the gay groomer shit. And so I see Shu on Head's replies and her mutuals tweeting about, yeah, Club Q shooting, thank you. So I see, like, Shu on Head's replies, which are all, you know, Nazis, and her mutuals, which are a bunch of Nazis, tweeting about how this is connected to Balenciaga's Pride Month celebration, because remember, guys, she did this during Pride Month, and it was the day after a terrorist attack that was planned to happen during Pride Month because it was anti-gay motivated, and her fan base was very predictably running with it, so I called it out. Shu later tweeted, "Too late, he did it, and unfollowed me. Just like ContraPoints, the Surfs, Hunter Avalone, etc. All of them over pedo shit. Normal and cool. Not gonna stop me from talking about it." Mind you, the pedo shit in question is a literal conspiracy theory. She found a post from a Nazi named Brittany Venti, who was famously banned from Twitch for doing a quote-unquote African cooking show, where she was making, like, noises and making mud pies. I think she tried to, like, deny it by saying, actually, in Haiti, which I'm pretty certain Haiti is not part of Africa, by the way. In Haiti, they eat these cookies that are made out of mud. But it was, like, explicit, like, all the comments are like, you're a top-tier troll, and it's like, okay, yeah, so it's very very obvious. Yeah, friend of Shu's, by the way. Yes, of course. Yeah, Shu is friends with that person. And also, one of the people that's trying to claim that Shu never did this is President Sunday, who is like personal friends with Shu's husband. He has a very vested interest in protecting the
Who is
legitimacy
Shu's
of
husband, and why is
supposedly not being a
Sunday
fascist,
friends with him?
Because he is personal friends with Shu's husband, and as someone who is so militantly progressive and virtue signaling as he is, being
Aaron?
actual personal
A-Rod?
friends with a real
Fuck!
fascist looks really bad. And of course, I do have the receipts that he claims don't exist about Shu's boyfriend or I guess husband being a Nazi as well. There's like tons of people posting screenshots in his replies, but the funny thing is, he refuses to respond to any of these. He literally, he'll like say, oh yeah, you've got evidence, show me, and then someone responds to the screenshot, and then he goes to argue with somebody else in the thread. It's really funny to watch. Anyway, here's one of the examples. This is Eudaimonia quote tweeting Natalie Wynn saying, so maddening to have watched white nationalism spread from Stormfront to 4chan to YouTube to Steve Bannon to Tucker Carlson to the manifestos of multiple mass murderers, and not taken seriously because they're not wearing a swastika, I believe is what this ended up saying. And then Eudaimonia, who is Shu's husband, quote tweets to say, yeah, that would be crazy if it were actually happening. They were dating at the time, by the way. This is a like by Eudaimonia. Quote, replacement theory is a dangerous conspiracy theory, but also Texas is going to be blue due to immigration in a decade, and Republicans will never win another election. Ah ha 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 ha. So he believes in the Great Replacement, and he doesn't believe that white nationalism is spreading insidiously and causing violence to occur. These are some takes that I feel like most people wouldn't get away with unless maybe being friendly with this guy meant you got to be friendly with a massive YouTuber who has a ton of clout. The fact is, I'm willing to nuke bridges with people that I literally nothing but gain from friendship from,
I'm sorry, I was pissed that this fucking Sableye is busting through all of my shit. Where do I have this tab? Okay, what did he say?
People wouldn't get a Great Replacement, blue due to immigration in a decade, and Republicans will never win another election. Ah ha 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 ha. So he
blah blah blah. Replacement theory is a dangerous conspiracy theory, but also Texas is going to be blue due to immigration in a decade, and Republicans will never win another election. Ah ha ha. There's like different levels to the fucking. Oh man, I might not catch Sableye here. Nope, never mind. Don't spam. Come back in 10 minutes. Does a Nuzlocke mean you can't run? It means that if one of my Pokemon faints, it's dead forever.
wearing a swastika, I believe is what.
But there's different levels to the Great Replacement theory. Like there's some that it's like, you know, if you they're trying to breed out the white race and it's the Jews that are doing it. And there's the like, oh well, they're allowing more immigration because immigrants vote for Democrats more, right? The first one's the Nazi one. The second one is like a soft version of the Great Replacement theory, which I don't think is necessarily Nazi-esque. But all right, guys, name the fucking ghost that I don't want to use.
This ended up saying, and then Eudaimonia, who is Shu's husband, quote,
I'm
tweets
not
to say,
wasting
yeah, that would be crazy if it
J-Dam
were
on this
actually
guy.
happening. They were dating at the time, by the way. This is a like by Eudaimonia. Quote, replacement theory is a dangerous conspiracy theory, but also Texas is going to be blue due to immigration in a decade, and Republicans will never win another election. Ah ha 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 ha. So he believes in the Great Replacement, and he doesn't believe that white nationalism is spreading insidiously and causing violence to occur. These are some takes that I feel like most people wouldn't get away with unless maybe being friendly with this guy meant you got to be friendly with a massive YouTuber who has a ton of clout. The fact is,
maybe
I'm
Casper
willing
and
to nuke
Slimer
bridges with
mixed
people
together.
that I literally
I'm not
nothing but
naming it
gain
Black
from friendship
Mask.
from, like publicly speaking at least. Like there was literally nothing I
Mom's
lost
jewelry?
realistically from being friends with Shu on Head except for like getting a bit of shit for having to defend some of the shit she did. I just could not principally stand by what she was doing anymore, and I nuked that bridge, despite the fact that was a friendship with a YouTuber
like
with millions
Casper.
more subs than me. I turned her from a friend that I could gain from to an enemy in a day, consciously and purposefully, because I did not want to stand by and just act as a enabler of the shit she was doing after she'd numerous times apologized, walked back, said apologies, and repeated the behavior. And I know it's definitely detrimental to my content, don't get me wrong, and my like ability to blow up as a creator, but I literally can't get rid of the guilt feeling I have, or I guess the ick feeling I get, if for lack of a better term, when I have to like think about like going against my principles. Like I'm willing to work with people that I don't agree with in areas where it contains.
If you had principles, you wouldn't be friends with Vosh either. This has nothing to do with fucking principles. We're not fixing Xander Hall. He's too far gone.
Tangibly result in good political change, but that's not what just being friends with someone in the internet YouTube space is, and making content together. Like, if we're part of an organization together, that would be fine. If we're part of, like, you know, a political action committee, a canvassing group, like, I don't know, the Communist Party of America, whatever it's called. Like, if we're part of some, like, direct action group or, like, a volunteering group or something, I wouldn't have an issue with that. The problem
I'm sorry,
is,
I cringe every time I hear. I cringe every time I hear like collective action or mutual aid or any of those fucking buzzwords. Like, can someone like post a picture or a tweet or something of Xander Hall engaging in you know, mutual aid or collective action, being part of a collective action group, or being involved in the Socialist Party of the United States, or the DSA? Is there a single example of him publicly associating with any group to further his principles? No, because you don't have principles. You have feelings about how everyone should act towards you, but not how you should act towards anybody else. A long time ago, but he got worse over time. I think Lonnie's situation broke this kid. I don't know. There was I don't think, maybe I'm wrong because I never watched his content. I don't think I've ever seen this guy take a W on anything. Mutual aid with a meth addict for a while. That's true. Like, does anybody know a single W Xan has ever gotten? In a drama, in a debate, because it feels like all the debates that I've ever like seen of him, he's either gotten blown the fuck out in a highly embarrassing way, or it was literally him just like rehashing a debate that he saw with that someone else had with Destiny, and then he just like copy pasted that argument, or his arguments, or like copy pasted an argument from Vosh.
Okay, that's where the issue is. All right. Why are you voting for Biden 5-head? Why did she ask that? What, guys? Do you really?
Oh, so woke scolding for me, but not for thee. Is that what it is, degraded bagel?
Think she wasn't trying to go for gotchas when she
There's
asked me,
the principle.
okay,
We found it. We found his principles, guys.
He's doing genocide by funding Israel. At that point, I was just like, okay, so this conversation's pretty much done. All right. Okay. And I doubly thought that when she said, Xan, I don't think you have any friends.
Well.
Yeah, that was fucked. Her stream names about you have been so loaded too. Yeah, she's hardcore drama farming it. Notice, by the way, I haven't even uploaded my streamed response to all this. I literally just wanted to explain my side of things without having Keffels completely control the narrative. But honestly, she did say to her audience not to raid my community and not to send hate my way. They've done it anyway, but that's not really in her control. I think she's realistically done everything she can to prevent...
Oh, so they raid you, not that big a deal. Shoes fans every once in a while comment on one of your YouTube videos, probably gets caught by the like YouTube auto mod saying you defended Balenciaga, and suddenly you have to burn every bridge with the creator whose community that's a part of.
Harassment and like name calling me, or name calling going my way, but she is hardcore drama farming it. And on top of that, throughout this entire drama, numerous times I've said this is not something that like, it's not like an internet feud, right? Like, I don't hate Keffels as an internet figure now and like expect you guys to hate her too. Like, I don't expect you guys to unsub from her or to dislike her videos or to stop watching her. I don't expect you to see her as a bad person for this. Just that you understand how her standard of friendship and my standard of friendship are incompatible, and to at least see some reason in my cutting her off. We have been banning people in our community being cruel towards her, Xander Hall? Yes, we have. Yeah, we're not tolerating any of that. But the thing I've noticed in Keffels' chat is that she is allowing her chat to run rampant with accusations towards me of being an abuser, like insidious insults, and just the meanest shit I've heard about me since Kiwi Farms. It really is insane to see how much she is basically riling them up to hate me. Like to see this as instead of being like an interpersonal spat as like some sort of moral failing on my part, because she's got like I've lost a few hundred subs from this already, for sure. And I'm pretty glad to see those people go, because if they're that like if that's what makes them leave, then good. I don't want them here. But at the same time, it's like, damn, it's sad to see how much her chat is just eating it up. She was literally gaslighting and lying to you while calling you an abuser? Yeah. Listen, I'll leave. I'm not going to say too much because I've been asked not to. All I'm going to say is, Keffals, to get at me and to hurt me because of this, has hurt some people behind the scenes that are mutuals of ours.
Who? Like, literally who? Demon Mama? I think I started following Zan after one of the Hippy Dippies, but I was always following everyone from there because I just started watching all this stuff since 2021.
And they're really not happy, and they're going to be speaking up with their side of things. And it's probably going to change a lot of people's perspective.
They're finally going to take down Keffals. From the left.
She's really not. I saw calling out and banning chatters calling you a drug addict and shit. No, I don't think she was doing that to a very significant degree. Literally, one of her replies on her post is somebody who posted an image that's like an edit of me when I made chicken and steak fajitas, but then someone like edited it to be like super zoomed in and blown up spaghetti. So it looks like there's like some kind of giant worm or something in there. But then they also edited a crack pipe on there, or like a meth pipe on there, and they commented that in reference to the Lonnie thing, one of Keffals' fans. And someone replied, "Are you making fun of Keffals for her drug addiction?" And they're like, no, I was making fun of Zan because his ex was addicted to drugs. And then the other Keffals fan replied, "Oh, okay, that's okay then. All right, that's fine."
Yeah, because fuck you. You don't have any
also, I'm not gonna
like
say who,
real
'cause this is
standards
private,
for anyone
but,
else, so why should they have standards for you? Matching the energy.
One of the people who Illuminati fucked over, and with the sad milk thing, thanked me for my holding Lance to account for defending Illuminati, because that motherfucker 100 billion% has not apologized and is desperately trying to weasel out of it. And the people who Illuminati fucked over know that Lance did not apologize. They know he didn't. Yes, and respect anonymity, chat. Blair has ruined many lives, and none of you can guess who, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. I don't think we're going to get anything interesting out of his. I want to just skip past... I want to see what Lonerbox said about the whole thing. We'll skip to that.
Take it easy, homie. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Love you, Tipster. Yo, what's up?
I thought it would bring me to the Discord, not to the VC. Oh god, that was quick.
What was that?
I thought it would bring me to the Discord, not to the VC. That was quick.
Oh yeah, no, I have it as like a guest invite, so as soon as you get out of the call, it kicks you.
Post proof that you learned how to play it. And then I'll post proof that I did.
Well, it's a good thing I wasn't saying any slurs. Okay. Fuck. It might have been better for me if I jumped in when you guys were fighting, but I just wanted to know, like, I was asking around in my chat, and I got sent some stuff that I was showing to you. What was the evidence that Shu was pedo jacketing Xander Hall or Demon Mama?
I don't know. So I think
is that just
it
like
was
a truism that kept being said? Because I can't find anything anywhere.
in the
that,
Balenciaga. So with Demon Mama, I can see what the argument is. In the Balenciaga response video, Demon Mama got put into the useful idiot section for people who enable pedophiles, which I could agree. You can absolutely make the argument that that was pedojacketing, but that also has nothing to do with Xander Hall. And at worst, Xander Hall got mentioned not even by name.
Okay.
So there's nothing.
Fuck. I maybe okay. Did you see the clip that I sent you? I maybe don't want to watch it. Like, might not want to watch it on stream just because it's like it might be shitting on someone who maybe doesn't want to be involved right now. But
yeah, I know. I do not think DM wants to be involved, and I would not blame her. I think reinstigating this kind of stuff is just not helpful. I'm sad this situation even happened in the first place.
Yeah, I started watching maybe
also,
like right.
It was Demon Mama that was explicitly saying that Shu was engaging in projection. That was Demon Mama that did that. It's so fucking aggravating. They can literally do all of the things that they cry about other people doing, except when other people do it, there's no proof of it, and when they do it, it's fine, or it's a joke. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you do. It matters who you do it to. It's all no holds barred. It's fucking crazy.
The beginning, or just a little bit after the beginning, but yeah, I felt like that was just very that thing kept on getting repeated. But the only time I ever see the take that like Xandol was getting pedo jacketed is like some tweets that don't really show it happening. So yeah, I just got really confused by that. And I maybe did see some pedo accusations, or like just like shitposty pedo accusations going through the other way. So yeah, fuck.
Yeah, I don't know. By the way, what happened with H-Bomb and Internet Historian? When I saw your stream title today, I totally stole it for clicks, and I have no idea what's going on with that stuff.
I'm just watching the video. Yeah, I'm just watching the video. That's it.
Oh,
I'm just
shit.
watching his takedown. So
Hey,
apparently,
hey.
Internet Historian stole a video about Cave.
Do you want to react to Michael Knowles reacting to me? I think, wait, was Destiny in that react? Do I have to turn Twitch off? He just put out a video
no.
today.
I think passing clips are fine, especially if they're in another person's video.
Destiny's in the react. Oh, but let's go. Do you want to?
Yeah, sure.
Hell yeah.
How do we do that? Do you have to share?
Really? This is what this
yeah,
is
I can
now?
share it in the Discord. Jesus fuck. I have like
I don't care. Okay, cool. All right, that's over. What else are we doing today? Xander Hall is soy. He is totally fine with accusing other people of things, but if someone, even says that I can't believe that you would defend pedophilia, that's automatically pedo jacketing him. A Zan W at 33, 33, 33. Or 3 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds.
Basic ideas that she's referencing in this book when she brings up a specific topic, right? Like, I know what she means when she says censorship, right? I know what she's referencing. Obviously, we had a big argument about it, like Twitter and shit like that. And we could have gone way into the censorship thing if we wanted to. I could have brought up, like, wait, censorship is never okay? And then I'd bring up, like, a bunch of examples where it is okay. And she's like, well, okay. Maybe sometimes it's okay, but, yeah. And it would just be, like, really back and forth in circles. I actually think where that ended up going with her trying to downplay the insurrection as being and what Trump did being comparable.
Okay, where's the part where...
And you're just arguing of morality. It's got a positive review from Xanderall. I think I'm going to add a review on the back that says drops mad bars. And we might just change X's for Xanderall in a lefty edition we release.
If that actually happens, I'm going to buy it. I will buy a lefty edition. Or just one single copy where X is for Xanderall. I will buy it, okay?
All right,
I'll buy a second copy.
I could actually make that happen. But I'll send you a copy as a thank you for having a fun little debate with me. Are there any, how long has it been?
I think it's been 2 hours,
A couple hours, eh?
Yeah.
Are there any other last little notes you want to bring up? Because I did have a few little things I wanted to work on after this, but I can stay to...
I guess the final meme would be, do you vape?
I did, but yeah, I started vaping this that you wanted me to one out for me.
My chat wants you to say... All right, that's...
This is what equal opportunity.
But can you say trans rights?
What else than trans rights, my dudes?
All right.
Can you say white rights, Xander Hall? Do white people have rights?
I love white people, okay? I love white people. White rights, of course. I think everybody deserves rights.
All right. There you go. That's good. I'm glad we agree. Look at this. This ended up being a really lovely agreement with just some friendly spats here and there.
There we go. No Discord to debate today. You know what? Fuck it. Message me on Discord. Message me on Discord. I'm going to run and I'm going to take a piss. I'll put on some... I know you guys are just Zoomers who need... what's that game that people play in the background of videos? Fuck, I can't even think. Subway Surfers. Y'all need Subway Surfers, all right? So look at the still image of the game, and here's Pokemon music. Okay. Discord link, there's one in the description of the YouTube video.
Trust me, guys, when I vaguely reference something, I am being vague enough that you guys literally cannot accurately guess who I'm referring to. So if you guys think you have an accurate...
Do women lack honor? What the fuck is this?
Fair enough. Why would you want the representation of...
What's that?
I love you.
Liar!
No.
You're with him! You brought him here to kill me!
No.
Let her go, Anakin! Let...
Oof. What is the...
an evil creature on you forever. To me, that suggests that there's
What does it
something
mean?
wrong.
Do they have honor?
Women have any? Are they simply exploitive leeches that drain us of all of our sustenance, vitality, and will to and our happiness? I don't know. We'll find out. I don't know. But today we have Xerxes and we have Ruby here to debate this topic. And I guess we'll start by asking Xerxes what exactly you mean when you say women have no honor, please.
Right. So Essentially, what I am describing by honor is a code of conduct, basically, between two people. A kind of sort of moral framework, at the very least, that has an understanding that when someone does something for you, then there should be some type of compulsion to kind of give it back, right? So when you say, like, in a marriage, right, you honor your vows, right? It's you understand that you have a responsibility to the other person. It's basically a more colloquial way, or, you know, layman's way of describing it. Basically, it's a known understanding of obligations to another person, right? So when you say I honor my agreements, right, we're gonna use as a, you know, as a definition, right? I honor the fact that I said I'm gonna do something for Jeremy, so it's basically to that extent. So when I say a lot of women have no honor, I mean they don't feel any compulsion to reciprocate towards men. You know, and if you guys caught that last stream I was on last Wednesday, you find it really interesting that whenever I kind of point out that there's always social obligations for men. For example, we protect strangers. And if I even suggest that women should be nice to us, people got upset about that. And lots of
Panda, if you're going to join the Discord, you have about like 3 minutes before I lose my patience. All right? There's not been a single person that's joined the Discord since you said that you were going to. So if you're going to, join. If you're not, then don't fucking make me think that don't make me wait on this. Because I don't want to commit to watching something if you're not going to jump into the Discord. Okay, let me see here. What's going on in the news? We'll click around on here.
Donald Trump is not heading to his civil fraud trial like he was scheduled to be doing about right now. He scrapped the plans unexpectedly. In a last-minute post yesterday, writing he, quote, already testified to everything and has nothing more to say. The reversal also came after he doubled down on his dictator remarks at a dinner in New York City. CNN's Kristen Holmes joining us right now with more on all of this. Kristen, no court today, more dictator talk, and now more polling momentum. What are you hearing from that team?
Decision for him not to testify. His lawyers had been pushing back on the idea that he would show up in court, and it seems that they won out on that, and Donald Trump decided not to actually take the stand. But this is far from the end of his legal troubles, and when I talked to his team, what they're really trying to figure out now is how to navigate these various upcoming trials, including the one here in D.C., where he is charged with trying to overturn the 2020 election, which is slated to happen in March, which really will be the peak of primary season. So they're trying to figure out how to navigate that. Now, as you look here, this is what I want to show you, this calendar here.
This is just January. The dates for his court cases. Holy fuck, I completely blanked on the fucking word. The dates for his court cases are happening on they're the day after Super Tuesday. So a bunch of Republicans are going to go into vote for him, and then the next day the January 6th trial is going to start. You know, there was actually a tweet by Rob Noor that was a conspiracy brain tweet. Rob Noor. Retry. Did my internet die? No. Why is it not showing Rob's Twitter? Hello? I'm not permitted to... Rob... You're rate limited? What does that mean? Okay, well, I guess I can't show it. There's like this conspiracy going around of like, oh, well, first the Democrats are going to make everyone, you know, consolidate behind Trump or behind Nikki Haley, and they're going to put a bunch of Democratic dollars into the court cases or false flags to skyrocket Trump's ratings. Man, you know what? I might believe that if there was... I might believe that if there wasn't like a bunch of evidence that's already been presented that shows that he was probably guilty, or they at least have enough of a case to bring, you know, to court. So Oh, is that what it is? Gotcha.
Here in January. Look at all.
Anyways, they're trying to say that they're trying to force people to vote for Trump and then force the election to be behind either just Joe Biden if the Republicans decide to roll with Trump, or if the Republicans do dump Trump, then the next person will be Nikki Haley. And I think that there's probably a lot of validity to that, right? The Democrats probably would rather Nikki Haley than anyone else on that ticket. That's probably true. But everything after that was just fucking unhinged, crazy shit, dude. It was like actually the most unhinged shit I've ever seen.
All of the dates here. This is what we're starting to see. This election season is ramping up. He is expected to travel at least 2 total weeks here between New Hampshire and Iowa, leading into
because it's not
that caucus
worth
and then
it.
that primary. Again, legal troubles aren't over, and there's still going to be discovery. He's still going to be needing to meet with various lawyers, and it's going to impact how far out he can plan his travel. And one thing to pay attention to, and I know that you noted this, as his polling numbers go up, as he seems to be getting more support from the Republican Party, he's also ramping up his rhetoric, including mentioning that dictator comment one more time over the weekend at an event in New York. Take a listen.
Dictator for one day. But the New York Times said, and you know why I wanted to be a dictator? Because I want a wall, right? I want a wall, and I want to drill, drill, drill.
One thing just to point out here is that this was an answer saying that he wanted to be a dictator for a day when he was asked by an ally, Sean Hannity, over and over again that if he were to be reelected, would he abuse power? And instead of answering directly, he deflected and said that he would be a dictator for a day. And as we have seen, as his poll numbers continue to go up, as it seems to be inching towards the nomination, that question was a response to a number of anti-Trump Republicans and Democrats who said that if
Trump's just going to say unhinged dumb shit until he, either gets thrown in jail or is acquitted. Why Romney called Trump a human gumball machine. What the fuck does that even mean? Let me see here. I just want to look around, see what's going on.
Foreign policy experience is not the same as foreign policy wisdom. I want everybody at home to know that I was the first person to say we need a reasonable peace deal.
It's just really weird that the people that actually have experience in foreign policy issues or knowledge, at least some knowledge on the facts on the ground, they seem to have wiser statements about foreign policy instead of just saying pull out of everything, cede all ground to foreign adversaries. But
Deal in Ukraine. Now a lot of the neocons are quietly coming along to that position, with the exceptions of Nikki Haley and Joe Biden, who still support this, what I believe is pointless war in Ukraine. And I think those with foreign policy experience, one thing that Joe Biden and Nikki Haley have in common is that neither of them could even state for you 3 provinces in eastern Ukraine that they want to send our troops to actually fight for. Look at that. This is what I want people to understand. These people have, she has
Zaporizhia. Wait, hold on. Wait, what did he just say?
State for you 3 provinces in eastern Ukraine that they want to send our troops to actually fight for.
Nobody wants to send our troops over there.
Look at that. This is what I want people to understand. These people have, she has no idea what the hell the names of those provinces are, but she wants to send our sons and daughters and our troops and our military equipment to go fight it. So reject this myth that they've been selling.
Nobody
you,
wants to send our troops over
the UN
there.
and then makes $8 million after, has real foreign policy experience. It takes an outsider to see this through. Look at the blank expression. She doesn't know the names of the provinces that she wants to actually fight for. And there's a puppet masters right there. The donors right there that are playing like the puppet masters.
Enough. Let me just say something here. His reasonable peace deal in Ukraine, he made it clear.
She should have interjected and just said, Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, right?
Give them all the land they've already stolen. Promise Putin you'll never put Ukraine in Russia, and then trust Putin not to have a relationship with China. Let me tell you something. That's no reasonable.
Not my deal. That's not my deal.
Yes, it's exactly what you said. You do this at every debate. You say no. Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. Okay? You say this. You do this. You do this at every debate. You go out on the stump and you say something. All of us see it on video. We confront you on the debate stage. You say you didn't say it, and then you back away. And I want to say
exactly what I said, Chris.
I'm not done yet.
Well, this
now
is
look.
This is
Man, Chris Christie just decided, you know what? This election cycle, I'm just going to go demon mode. He said, you know what? I don't care if I win. I don't care if I lose. I'm just going to go demon mode.
This is the fourth debate that you would be voted in the first 20 minutes as the most obnoxious blowhard in America. So shut up for a little while.
I'm going to respond to that.
Chris, you're virgin.
We're going to let you respond to that. We're going to let you respond to that.
I'll take that. I want to say something else. We're now 25 minutes into this debate, and he has insulted Nikki Haley's basic intelligence. Not her positions, her basic intelligence. She doesn't know regions. She wouldn't be able to find something on a map that his 3-year-old could find. Look, if you want to disagree on issues, that's fine. And Nikki and I disagree on some issues. But I'll tell you this.
You're right, Andre.
I've known her for 12 years, which is longer than he's even started to vote in a Republican primary.
Jesus Christ.
And while we disagree about some issues and we disagree about who should be president of the United States, what we don't disagree on is this is a smart, accomplished woman, and you should stop insulting
So
her.
I'm going to take this several times over. So first of all, I think we just learned something from Chris Christie. We learned three things. We learned three things right there. First of all, Chris Christie also doesn't know what provinces in eastern Ukraine he actually wants us to fight for. Chris, your version of foreign policy experience was closing a bridge from New Jersey to New York.
Yeah.
So do everybody a favor, just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and get the hell out of this race. When it comes to Nikki, I think if
Jesus
you're gonna actually
Christ,
send
dude.
your sons and daughters to go die in somebody else's war, you better, excuse me, Chris, I'm speaking, and I'm not done yet.
I haven't heard
your
the time
chance,
when you
and
aren't
we're going to be
speaking.
done. So listen up to this. If these people want to send your sons and daughters to go die in Ukraine, they've been arguing for it for a year. $200 billion of our taxpayer money sent over. Neither of them could even name for you the provinces that they actually want to protect. And this is the people who have been touting
Oh, Black Mask, you're still in chat. Why aren't you in the Discord?
their so-called foreign policy experience. It is intellectual fraud. These people are lying to you. The same people who told you about weapons and mass destruction in Iraq to justify that invasion didn't know the first thing about it, yet they sent thousands of our sons and daughters to go die. The same people who told you the same in Afghanistan, where the Taliban is still in charge 20 years later. $7 trillion of our national debt due to these toxic neocons. You can put lipstick on a Dick Cheney, it is still a fascist neocon.
Thank
and
you,
you got
Mr.
to see that
Ramaswamy.
today.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
Dick Cheney
Ramaswamy.
all over again in this party.
Thank you. Thanks so much for watching. Go to
We didn't even get to see her list off the names of the provinces. I have some long shot money on Vivek, though, just in case something happens to Trump in the next few months. Nothing's going to happen to him.
Tweeted one of these earlier. Well, you see, in order to call someone a Nazi, they have to specifically be anti-Semitic. You have to clarify that what you mean is a tradcath neo-fascist.
Hello? Okay, well, I guess we're not watching that. Okay, well, since Black Mask isn't jumping into VC, let's see here. Damn, I wish that you guys wouldn't argue in the fucking content suggestions channel. So I could just, click on things. What is Joe Biden
U.S.
doing?
blocks UN Security Council demand for humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. Yeah, I saw this. This isn't really surprising. I mean, the Congress just passed the whole anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism bill like that, The United States is all in on this. Once again, I have no idea what the Biden administration thinks they're doing. I sincerely think the Biden administration thinks that, the average Democrat voter is just going to forget about all of this, Because all of the warning signs of, waning popularity, they're flagging hard. And then it's just what are you going to do? As if this doesn't have a consequence to it. How do you advocate for Biden through all the day by day footage releases of mangled Palestinian?
Oh, 1 second. Someone, Dank Brandon in chat told me to look at something in my Discord. To go to someone else's Discord to look at it. How exactly does one believe that there should be a stateless state? I want to replace the state with local, autonomous, coexisting communities that are separated based on cultural, spiritual values, and beliefs. Decision-making in these communities would be communal, and the means of production would be widely owned. I'll just drop a question and leave.
Palestinian children being carried by crying parents. There's no, like, it's all us. It's our weapons, you know? And we're funding it. We're not only funding it, we're like blocking any condemnation of it. This is what Israel relies on us for. We provide them weapons and we shield them internationally against, you know, condemnation, economic sanctions, UN, whatever. It's a mystery. What the hell does the U.S. think it's doing with Israel? I think we're just all in, man. We're like ride or die, you know? You know your bitch is bad, but you're loyal. Yeah, we can fix her, exactly. Joe Biden approval rating. 538.
I had to have this long conversation with my dad yesterday. I went over to their house and we started talking about politics, and my family is very, very on the pro-Palestine side of things. Sorry, 1 second. No, you're fine, Dink Brandon. But like my family is like very hard on like the pro-Palestinian side, and they're talking about, you know, Biden is old and will he even beat Trump and what is going on and all of this. It's like the biggest thing that needs to happen right now is Biden needs to start campaigning. Biden hasn't started campaigning. When Biden starts to campaign, things will likely start shifting pretty significantly, although I don't think that he's going to get above 50% approval rating. But that doesn't really matter when we're looking at a matchup of like Joe Biden versus Donald Trump 2.0. Is there some chance American troops would be in Gaza right now if Trump was president? I don't think so. But would there be any attempt at trying to hold back Israel's response? No, there wouldn't be any. Like America would just like uncritically go forward with no criticisms, just no rules, just right. Israel, do whatever the fuck you want, right? That's what would happen. One second. I just want to say, if you're going to have a fucking political ideology, at least let it be consistent. This guy is an anarchist nationalist, anarcho-nationalist, which is these things are just incongruous with each other. They're opposites. I want to replace the state with local autonomous and coexisting communities that are separated based on cultural, spiritual values, and beliefs. Decision-making in these communities would be communal, and the means of production would be widely owned. I want to live life as organically as possible. In that way, I also believe that hierarchy is natural, but should be looked upon as a high honor instead of modern-day tyranny. If you want a world where self-determination of people in an area with shared beliefs and values can govern themselves, but only if it is a communist, utopic economic system. You don't actually believe that they should have self-determination if they all share the values of liberal democracy.
Okay. Yep.
Utopian? Oh, whatever.
Still trending negatively. 37.8% approval. Man, we are almost all the way
utopic is a word, you dumb fuck.
down to 1/3 of the country approving of Joe Biden. The language is very slowly getting stronger, but it's just not enough. Yeah, no, it's pathetic, right? I like eventually everyone, Republican and Democrat, are going to have to come to the conclusion that Netanyahu's regime is insane, and it's 37.8% approval. Man, we are almost all the way down to 1/3 of the country approving of Joe Biden. The language is very slowly getting stronger, but it's just not enough. Yeah, no, it's pathetic, right? I like eventually everyone, Republican and Democrat, are going to have to come to the conclusion that Netanyahu's regime is insane and is a massive detriment to us, both in terms of our geopolitical, legitimacy, in terms to our legitimacy as the world policeman and upholding international law, with regards to stability in the Middle East, which we pay for because we don't want the Middle East to be unstable. It doesn't benefit us for it to be unstable, at least not currently. All of that, just massive detriment. What do you think will happen after Israel has all the territory and tries to take Lebanon or another country? You mean more of it? No. Man, I don't know. I mean, who the knows, man? Netanyahu is super unpopular, but there's a reasonable chance, I think, that democracy basically doesn't happen again in Israel because he's very autocratic, and it's very clear to him that he's doing the same thing that Maduro is doing in Venezuela, going all in on the national security bit. His cabinet is filled with lunatics who call for greater Israel and who clearly just want the Palestinian people gone. It's just, yeah, I have no idea. At a point, even Republicans are going to have to withdraw themselves from this, right? I think Republicans are already demonstrating a willingness to do so because they didn't vote on the.
I'm sorry, I'm messaging someone right now, and I have to word this very carefully. 1 second. Okay, there we go.
Funding bill for Ukraine and Israel, thus risking being accused anti-Semitic, of being anti-Semitic. But unironically, how far can Israel go until America stops supporting it? I have no idea. It seems like there's been the real question will be what happens to the Palestinian.
1 second. I'm not sure Biden will win against Trump again. I am pretty certain that would happen. But I wouldn't risk some other shitter from the DNC when we know Biden has won once. People don't hate Biden on the left. Yes, they do, but not in the. It's the left, not on the Democrat side. Nothing has fundamentally changed as promised. See, I do not like that statement because Biden is the first president in decades to keep his campaign promises. He passed the infrastructure bill, the Build Back Better plan, the CHIPS Act, and 3 or 4 massive fucking spending bills on things that every single president in my lifetime has brought up and said that they wanted to get through Congress, and none of them have been able to do it. But who has been able to do it? Joe fucking Biden. Biden is unironically the most politically effective in terms of passing legislation that was on his agenda, the most effective president of my lifetime. And I'm 28 years old. If you're curious about the Destiny melodrama, there aren't any juicy bits outside of Destiny. I watched a little bit of his thing before I went live. I kind of postponed going live to see if there was anything there, but there wasn't. So that is a good thing. We don't want massive change. Massive change is bad for the economy. That's why we had such a shitty 2022. There were changes to our economy, but we don't want like a massive paradigm shift in terms of like getting rid of capitalism or some shit, right?
People when the IDF moves south. So the basic issue right now is so far 17,000 people are dead, the vast majority of which are civilians. That is an amount of people, okay? So this right here is the line, okay? For the most part, the IDF is over here, and they're slowly moving block by block, claiming city street by city street through a midst of gunfire and presumably IEDs and a bunch of other crap. When Vosh, they're already moving south? Yes, but most of their forces at the moment are concentrated here. As you can see by the blue, they are moving in here as well, but the real question is going to be, what happens when they move into the area where the Palestinians have been forced into? Most of the Palestinians are out of here. They've moved south, but that means a lot of the people down here in the southern portion are Hamas. And Hamas isn't going to just, give up, which means that the IDF is going to have to push a line moving further and further south while the density of Palestinians gets more and more concentrated. Here, let me see if I can find that article. Where were the Palestinians told to move to? The area that the Israeli government here. Israel designates safe zone in Gaza. What's the name of that? Mawasi. Give me a map. Give me a map. Give me a map. The safe zone that the IDF has designated is literally like a barren strip of nothing. Meanwhile, the IDF is flooding. They've already started doing this. Gaza tunnels with sea. Is this confirmed? IDF. I saw that they handed out pamphlets to this. Yeah, it still says they plan to. Okay, so this is still a plan, not something they've actually done. This would essentially render large portions of the Gaza Strip unusable and like incapable of supporting like plant life. Salt water. Plants don't like salt. You know how it is. So they're openly talking about like cleansing the area. Israel to flood Hamas tunnels with seawater. Working on setting the pipes up underground. Show me Moasi. Show me where it is. Show me the map. It's all this one photo. I want to see where they are on the map. Wait, but then what's the point? Killing people. Moasi. Where here is Moasi? Chat. The internet won't tell me. Wait, is this it? Al Mawasa agriculture area? Is this a translation thing? Is this what they're referring to? Yes? Okay, I was saying Mawasi in the article, but this is it. Mawasa. Okay. Mawasa.
Also, the left doesn't hate Joe Biden specifically. They hate everyone. They will shit on whoever is in power because they think power is inherently bad. Bernie would be getting the same treatment. Well, Bernie is getting the same treatment. Have you not seen the way that they talk about Bernie recently? I've seen them call him racial slurs. Popular accounts.
Agricultural area. Yeah, it's still correcting to Mawasi, which makes me wonder.
Oh, this is her answering the question?
Name the provinces. Neither of you could even name them. I think we've had enough of this.
and Crimea.
Think about that. Let me just... It's actually Crimea. Name the provinces. Neither of you could even name them.
I
think we've had enough of this.
and Crimea.
Based.
Here we go. This is it, I think. This light green area, which is what we're looking at. I think this is the currently designated safe zone. The IDF keeps releasing, like, changing areas of safety. Like, we won't bomb these areas, but of course they have been. They've definitely been shelling the southern portion of the Gaza Strip pretty regularly. Yeah, around here. Anyway, the real question when it comes to how bad things are going to get is when the IDF moves in here, they're going to encounter essentially, like, an enormous block of starving, thirsty Palestinians, more densely packed than basically any group of humans on Earth. And in an environment like that, like a single shell could easily kill hundreds or even thousands of people. You know, any
Probably
behavior
hundreds.
from the
Probably not
IDF could
thousands.
massively
Thousands seems a bit
exacerbate the death
egregious.
toll. So what's going to happen, right? Like, where do all these Palestinians go? The northern part of the Gaza Strip is mulched. There aren't any buildings to live in. There's no like property to return to. It's gone. So you can send people up here to die, I guess. That's an option. The IDF seems like they're going to keep doing this all the way moving south. So where will they be taken? My guess, my personal guess, and I can't see the future, so I don't know. I'm not operating on any secret knowledge here or whatever. But my personal guess is that the IDF is deliberately constraining the Palestinian refugees to an unlivably dense and poorly maintained area in the hopes that more and more of them start to break south and try to escape into Egypt. I think that that Israel is trying to pressure Egypt into opening up its border for a mass wave of Palestinian refugees, or to simply force a bunch of Palestinians into Egypt where they will die en masse and their mistreatment will be blamed on Egypt rather than Israel.
I don't know how like he can automatically jump to this assumption. Like there's no reason to think that.
I think that's the goal. The goal is to subject them to conditions where the only way they think they can escape is by going into Egypt, and then they will blame Egypt for the, no doubt, innumerable corpses that will, you know, be produced as a consequence of that.
And why
yes,
is Joe
and if
Biden
that
going
happens,
to
the number
lose
of
to
dead will
Trump
be very
because of
difficult
this?
to obtain.
Can we
That is
finish
true.
that part of the video?
We can see this over Google Maps, and you can see the relative levels of development here. This area, there's Al Mawasi, the current quote-unquote safe zone is like this area, this chunk right here. But as you can see, a lot of this is just like what is this?
It's farmland.
You know?
Vosh.
Like nothing. Just massive refugee camps. Again, a reminder of how dense the Gaza Strip is. We can see the houses that quickly after zooming in from the total size of the Gaza Strip. You could walk from...
What? You can see houses when you zoom in anywhere in Israel, Vosh. When you zoom in near where something is named, you're going to see houses, believe it or not.
There's Al Mawasi, the current quote-unquote safe zone is like
here?
this
Am I
area,
retarded?
this chunk right here. But as you can see, a lot of this is just like what is this? You know? Like nothing. Just massive refugee camps. Again, a reminder of how dense the Gaza Strip is. We can see the houses that quickly after zooming in from the total size of the Gaza Strip. You could walk from one edge of this to another in like an hour. You know? Can you look?
Isn't it at its thinnest point? It's like 10 miles across, right? How does he know nothing about the topics that he talks about? It would take you a full day to walk across the fucking Gaza Strip at its widest point here.
Look further southwest as to where they'd be after fleeing across the border. Yeah. So over here you've got Egypt. And you might notice, if you look in closely, that, oh, well, there's a shopping mall, so that's good.
One day, wow. I don't know if you know this, little bits, but there's a lot of countries out there that have, like, little areas where you could walk across the entire country in one day or in 2 days. I'm sorry, is that, like, something that is unbelievable to you? Do you not know anything about fucking geography? Maybe it's because you're an American. Maybe it's because you're an American and you just think that, oh, well, if I want to go to the next town over, I have to drive for an hour and a half. But like in a lot of places in the world, especially in like Europe, and I think in like the smaller countries at the beginning of the Middle East, at the furthest west point of the Middle East, like all those countries are incredibly fucking tiny. Europe? Yeah, there are some places in Europe where you could probably cross the entire country in one day. Not just Vatican City. You could probably 1 or 2 days walk the entirety of this from France to the Netherlands through Belgium. You could probably in 1 day cross from Belgium, easily in 1 day, cross from Belgium into Germany. You could easily, in the space of like 1 or 2 days maximum, from the lowest point to the highest point of Luxembourg, cross there. Like, you're fucking retarded. These states are very small. I wish there was like a measurement tool that I could use. Like, we have the reference right here. But it looks like, given the reference 20 miles, if you walked from one edge to the other, you could probably cross it in 1 day. There, just right click. Oh, really? Oh, shit. I didn't even know that. Thank you. $47 miles. So you could probably cross that in 2 days. Compare that if we go to Israel, the Gaza Strip, you could probably cross this in 1 day. I think it's like, what, 10, 15 miles at its widest and 60 miles from north to south? Clear measurement. Measure distance from there. Yeah, like 7, almost 10 miles. Where? Oh, the widest point is at the base, isn't it? Yeah, you could clear that in about a day by walking, not in an hour. I didn't know that I could do that. That's going to be very helpful.
At least. This broader area, however, you might notice is...
East to west in New Zealand in 4 hours? That's fucking insane. It takes... Let me scroll out real quick. From Houston to San Antonio is like a 3 or 4 hour drive. Oh, wait, hold on. Clear measurement. From here, it's like 350 miles. Oh, 200 miles from center to center. I thought it was 350. Fuck me. 200 miles. And you're still in the same state. Texas is really fucking big. When we drove from Houston to, we were like right over here. 673 miles. Because we wanted to fucking climb the... Oh, wait. No, it was right there. I actually zoomed in right there. 575 miles when we climbed that mountain. Anyways.
Inhospitable to human life is the problem. Yeah, if a bunch of Palestinians make a break for it, like there's development here to be sure, but you haven't mentioned the underlying goal, which is the free real estate for Israel to now build on top of. I actually don't think this is about real estate. Certainly Israel wants the land because every nation state wants land. But the real reason look at this tiny amount of land right here. The real reason Israel wants this, I think, is because they just want to kill a bunch of Palestinians.
Oh yeah.
It's a matter. It's the
thing that's so bothersome. The thing that's so tiring is that like they're all about like, we'll give some charitability to the Gazans, right? Give some charitability to the Palestinians. Understand why they do the things they do. Okay, I can do that. Will you do the same for the Israelis? To actually understand why they are doing the things that they are doing? No. It is ultimate fucking charitability for the Palestinians and zero fucking charitability to the Israelis. It's fucking crazy.
fascist in-group, out-group dynamic, like distilled to the most obvious and simple point, that is incredibly politically important for the Netanyahu regime and for a lot of, let's be clear, like Israeli people generally and of previous regimes, to facilitate the elimination of the Palestinian people in Israel as part of their like full sort of like ethnically, culturally, and religiously homogenous occupation of the Holy Land. I don't think a lot of them know that for sure, and I don't think a lot of them are that explicit about it, but that sure does shape the language that they use, the rhetoric, the behavior they engage in. So yeah, I think that's the main thing, you know? Like, I really think that the intolerable fact to them is simply the presence of Palestinian people here. I think that Hamas provides a convenient excuse for military engagement with them, but I think even if Hamas did not exist, this would continue. And I think, again, the best way to demonstrate this is that in the West Bank, where Hamas is not present, they still have an open apartheid state where settlers, along with the IDF, use military force to drive people out of their homes and steal their shit. With absolutely no provocation or justification. There's literally like no pretense here. And without Hamas, without any military resistance, without any bottle rockets being fired into Israel, still they kill and displace Palestinians en masse. So yeah, I think maybe it's about land
en masse. Didn't someone like say that this was like the deadliest year for Palestinians? And it was like, now I'm not saying this is good. All right, let me give all the fucking caveats. Yeah, obviously it's really bad when someone like comes in and they just decide to start fucking shit up and taking land. I'm not in favor of the settlements, blah, 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 giving all the fucking qualifications so that I can actually say what I believe, right? But like, wasn't it like 60 people? Still really bad. But is this en masse?
land, but if it is about land, it's in more of a Lebensraum sense than it is like a literal, we want some development space.
And then literally comparing them directly to the Nazis. Lebensraum was what the Nazis used as their justification for invading Poland, for invading, you know, Switzerland, or not Switzerland. What's the other one? Not Vienna, that's the capital. Austria. Fuck me. Austria, and then there's another one that's nearby that they took land from, Hungary. And they took that all the way over too. Because Lebensraum, living room. Like the only reason that you would use that word is because you want to compare them to the Nazis.
It's more of a, this is our people's land, blood and soil kind of thing than it is literally just like, it is convenient for us to have this beachfront property. Though it certainly is. Certainly is. Why do liberals defend this on Twitter? Because liberals are almost by definition enormously invested in the institutions that they trust. They're institutionalists, you know, and for that reason, they are extremely susceptible to, you know, sort of the broader propaganda and systems that we use to justify our occupation here. Of course, the actual justifications for Israel's behavior here are fascist, not liberal. There isn't really a liberal justification for it. But liberals, historically and contemporarily, have been able to excuse fascism when it serves their interests. Like, look at what we did during the Cold War in a bunch of countries with ousting democracies in favor of fascist dictatorships, you know? Liberalism is not completely ideologically vaccinated against fascism. It'd be nice if it was. It's just disgusting to see liberals with Ukraine flags defend every step of the genocide. Yeah, I mean, you know. The people who are like that didn't defend Ukraine because they have sort of a principled opposition to imperial powers or whatever else. It's because it's just Western hegemony shit. Just we side with X side, you know? That's it.
Are they fascist or are they imperialistic?
If Biden came out as hard as the Biden supports genocide crowd accepted, the U.S. would not have leverage for foreign policy teams talking. No, I think that's total bullshit, Teletech, 100%. I think that's complete bullshit. Also, I'm not asking Biden to come out as hard as like Twitter leftists are saying. But like the idea that like
1 second. Who is he talking about? I want to read.
You know, the people who are like that didn't defend Ukraine because they have sort of a principled opposition to imperial powers or whatever else. It's because it's just Western hegemony shit. Just we side with X side, you know? That's it. If Biden came out as hard as the Biden supports genocide crowd accepted, the U.S. would not have leverage for foreign policy teams talking. No, I think that's total bullshit, Teletech, 100%. I think that's complete bullshit. Also, I'm not asking Biden to come out as hard as like Twitter leftists are saying. But like the idea that like, oh, Biden couldn't have acted like a Twitter leftist because that would have like, you know, lessened his leveraging power in Israel. Like he's giving Israel all the power in this dynamic. He's literally saying don't invade the South, and then Netanyahu's like ethnically, culturally.
They have all of the power in the situation.
It's disgusting to see liberals.
They're the powerful country. They do have all the power. All we could do is tell them not to do something, and if they do it, then like tough shit. Here's the record. At least 38 Palestinian children have been killed by Israeli forces in the occupied West Bank. Can we just get the full... this is just children. I want to know how many, total. Because that's all about children. I don't want to watch Vosh anymore. No more Vosh. All right. Anything else?
Hey guys, welcome back to today's video.
What's UN Resolutions 377A? Can it help efforts to stop Israel-Gaza war? I don't know. I don't know what I think is the best outcome of the war. Having other countries step in to tell you to no longer be at war when you were the one attacked seems difficult to get behind, especially when override Security Council. Sure, I'll read it in a second. It's just I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what the answer is. Let's see what they say. Egypt and I don't even know where the fuck this is. Okay. It has the Eye of the Sahara in it. On Monday, invoked Resolution 377A to call for an emergency meeting of the UN General Assembly on Tuesday. The resolution says that if the UNSC is not able to discharge its primary responsibility of maintaining global peace due to lack of unanimity, the UNGA can step in. They're legally non-binding, which means its proposals can be ignored without any consequences. Israel has ignored several binding U.S. resolutions in the past. Uniting for Peace is aimed at resolving a situation in which the UN fails to exercise its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security because Security Council members can't see eye to eye. It empowers the General Assembly, firstly, to convene a meeting through the Secretary General. An emergency session of the General Assembly within 24 hours if there is a call by at least one member of the Security Council or a group of General Assembly members. Member states could then make recommendations for collective action, which could mean resorting to more extreme options. It is against an immediate ceasefire because it would allow Hamas to recover and continue to pose a security threat to Israel. I want to hear a good argument against this. When you were the one when you were the one attacked, is this a reference to October 7th or the terror attacks committed by settlers? This is a reference to October 7th. Israel was attacked by Hamas. Hamas is the biggest roadblock to Palestinians either getting their own states or achieving a one-state solution with full rights inside of Israel. They are the biggest roadblock. The Likud party is very, very closely behind them at number 2. But Hamas does not want a two-state solution. Hamas does not want to find some sort of mutual settlement that they can all agree on. Hamas wants to fight like a death cult against the state of Israel until either all of them, all of the Palestinians inside of the borders of Israel, or Israel is destroyed. There is nothing else more damaging to the Palestinian cause than Hamas. They do not want a peaceful settlement. They do not want to find some middle ground. They want to fight and martyr themselves and anyone that they can use as human shields and that makes it impossible for the rest of the fucking Palestinians in the West Bank or in Gaza to fight against the accusations that the Likud party projects onto every single Palestinian, that they all want to murder all Jews. Now, to be fair, people in the West Bank, like, they teach their kids to be fucking extremists to a really, really disgusting degree. But if the Palestinians had a truly peaceful movement against Israel with civil disobedience and not fucking rockets, Israel wouldn't be able to hide behind security concerns. Israel wouldn't be able to hide behind these people want to murder all of us like in the Holocaust. I am for a two-state solution. I am for Palestinians having, self-determination and even right of return back into Gaza, back into the West Bank. I am against the settlements, and the settlements should go. No, I said even in the West Bank. Because we watched videos of children in East Jerusalem, and in Jericho, I believe it was Jericho, talking about not Israelis, but Jews and what they learn in school. And it's really fucked up. But you take so much power away from the Israelis if you just don't shoot fucking rockets at them. If you don't have some fucking terrorist cell constantly giving Israel the right to retaliate. I've seen settlers say some yikes stuff. Yeah, I'm not fucking... Thank you for informing me that Israelis, who are especially the settlers, who are the most politically extremists in the most politically extreme in Israel, thank you for informing me that they're political extremists, gas. But those settlers becoming peaceful doesn't change anything. Palestinians going full Martin Luther King, full fucking Gandhi, non-violent civil disobedience, where they are the victims and they look like the victims, instead of they are the victims, and also they also victimize other people? It's not just that the settlers are bad, it's that they contradict your story here. No, they don't contradict my story at all here. Yes, settlers expand whether the Palestinians are violent or peaceful. Yes, but this is after decades and decades of so much violence coming, I was going to say from the West Bank and Gaza, but it's from the general Arabic world towards Israel, to the point where, honestly, I don't blame the average Israeli for getting radicalized against every single fucking Arab nation around them. We want to play all these games. Well, why don't we understand? You just don't understand the Palestinians. You just don't understand the Palestinians. I understand the Palestinians' position. It might be the case that if I was born into that situation, I would join Hamas because I've just been radicalized by bombs being dropped around me. I understand the Palestinians' point of view. But the settlers are there, and there would be no, there already is barely any defense, if any, of the settlers. I don't think that even I could come up with a defense for the settlers. But sorry. If Israel were to maintain its current course, but the Palestinians never engaged in terrorism, if the Palestinians did civil disobedience and never brought guns, never brought grenades or fucking suicide bombers or fucking missiles or fucking anything of the sort, and the settlers shot them or expanded more into their territory, there would be no, well, you have to understand, there's just this conflict going back and forth all the time. You just have to understand that these people are just going to hate each other and kill each other because of religion. There wouldn't even be that narrative because there would be only violence on one side. There would be no defense of Israel's actions. Hamas, literally, and this is even part of most people's arguments when they bring up Hamas. They're like, well, who funded Hamas? Who funded Hamas? Well, we all know that it was Netanyahu, suitcases full of cash, blah, 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 Qatari funds. Even in that argument against Israel, it's supporting the exact point that I'm making. That without some sort of violent opposition to Israel, Israel would have no justification, no support. Have you seen the protests around the world? They seem to have succeeded in portraying themselves as victims. Not enough for the fucking governments of the world to agree that, hey, we should stop Israel. You have to convince the Palestinians that no defense actually... Sorry, can you elaborate on that first sentence? Because I don't understand. You have to convince the Palestinians that no defense actually meaningful. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Their opinion is that it's external or eternal. Okay. You have to convince the Palestinians that no defense is actually meaningful. Their opinion is that eternal settler violence against even a peaceful Palestinian will be frowned upon, but tolerated by the international community. All I can do, like, is the same thing that I do when I argue against people who are arguing for violent revolution, right? There are studies that have been conducted, right, where they look at every single violent, every single nonviolent uprising in the past, like, 100 years. And since the advent of the modern military, there has been very few successful armed uprisings or violent uprisings, but many cases of non-violent or non-armed protests. I understand that their opinion is going to be colored by the fact that Israel's been bombing them for fucking forever. But why do you think they keep on electing people like Netanyahu? Do you think it's because just every Israeli is like bloodthirsty for the virgin blood of Palestinian children? They're also scared. And they have reason to be scared. Because the Palestinians launch rockets at them and teach their kids from a very early age that they should be killing Jews. The average fucking Israeli and the average Palestinian have legitimate gripes with the other side. But Israel has no reason to just cuck out and say, well, you know, we're just going to take all these fucking, you know, terrorist attacks, you know, fuck it. Because they have the power to back up anything that they want to fucking do compared to the Palestinians. At this point, the Palestinians have to change their fucking tactics that have not worked in nearly 100 fucking years. And I'm not saying this because I fucking hate the Palestinians. Because I do support Palestinians getting right of return to the West Bank and to Gaza. I do support Palestinians having their own state. But they are going to have to change how they approach this if they want that. That is the reality of the situation. I don't want to see more fucking videos on Twitter of fucking like half of a toddler being dragged out of the rubble of a building that had a JDAM bomb dropped on it. I don't want to see any more of that shit. I don't think Israel is good or justified in the amount of fucking children or people that they've killed. But what is an actual fucking answer to the what is an actual solution to the problem? It's not launching more fucking rockets from fucking Gaza. It's not having terrorist cells that are working with fucking Hezbollah in the West Bank. If that shit would have worked, it would have fucking worked by now. As a Slav, I can't denounce violent resistance. There is a justification for violent resistance. And I think that there was a lot of justification at the beginning of the like whole Zionist fucking project. But when it ain't working, it's time to fucking change something. You can't expect Palestinians to break the silence of violence any more than you expect the Israelis to. It has to come to from the IC. But the IC is taking sides based off of which side they're listening to the narrative of. But when you take away the narrative of the Israelis, the international community is going to have to step in on the side of the Palestinians. That's what I'm saying. The international community is not going to agree. Why? Because there are two sides to this. There are legitimate fucking reasons for the average Israeli to be scared of the West Bank and Gaza, especially after October 7th. If the Palestinians broke the cycle of violence and did civil disobedience, there would no longer be this tension in the international community. I agree with you. It has to come from the international community. But it will never come from the international community as long as there is this question. Well, is Israel justified? Are they not justified? Is Palestinians justified in joining Hamas? Are they just, are they just want to kill all Jews? As long as there are these questions muddied by Hamas, by the same logic, if Israel stopped the settler projects, they would deprive the pro-Palestinian narrative of its oxygen. I've thought about that, but I'm not sure if there's symmetry there. Because even if they stop the settler projects, Hamas, their stated goal is to fight and martyr themselves until they have Palestine back from the river to the sea. There are other smaller terrorist groups, both inside of Gaza and in the West Bank, that have the same goal. There is a major military force to their north that would back them up on that. So if they just stop the settler projects, because I kind of agree with you, but the asymmetry is this. If they stop the settler projects, Hamas wouldn't stop. If they stopped the settler projects, there would still be missiles coming over from Hamas. There would still be people talking about martyring themselves for Palestine from the river to the sea. So I understand by that same logic, but the logic breaks down when you look at the situation. Because if Israel pulled out of the West Bank and and completely opened up Gaza, that's not where Hamas wants it to end. That's not where they want it to end. Because then they would also have to, it wouldn't just be stop the settlers from going into the West Bank or into the Golan Heights. It would also be, well, we also want right of return. Well, we also want more work permits into Israel. The logic would be that shining the light on a potential path to two-state solution, Hamas would not want to stop, but they would lose support. I don't think so. I'm sorry, but at this point, I don't think so. Maybe you could give me something that would change my mind. I would love to be. Listen, my fucking family and we've been getting into shouting matches over this. I would love to be less pro-Israel than I am. Honestly, because it would save me fights when I go to see my parents and my brothers who are all further left than me, right? It would save me those fights. I would love for that. But I don't think that just shining the light on a potential path to a two-state solution immediately after Hamas fucking does the deadliest attack on Israel's soil in its entire fucking history would stop Hamas. Because what happened when Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2006? No. I don't think that Palestinians, by their blood and their genetics, want to kill Israel. The people in the West Bank and in Gaza have too much support for violent resistance. I don't think that it's a majority, but there's enough of them there that are willing to join Hamas. They're willing to, join, any fucking small little terrorist cell. I don't think that all Israelis want violence. What do you think is the distinction between Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza versus in Israel? I know you're Socratic methoding me into understanding why people in Gaza in the West Bank are fighting. I understand it. I don't know how to get that across more. That I do understand the distinction between Palestinians that live in Israel and the ones in the West Bank and Gaza. There are bombs being dropped by Israel in the West Bank and in Gaza, but not in Israel proper on Palestinians. I understand. There's a fucking, 80-year fucking conflict that we can look back on. I understand it, okay, motherfucker? Okay, don't talk to me like I'm a fucking retard. I understand it. But I think that, again, Israel has no reason to stop fighting against Hamas or fighting or doing any of the settler things or doing any of the things that they're doing because they have enough cover given to them for justifications because of Hamas, because of the terrorist groups. It's a unbelievably bitter pill to swallow. And this was an unbelievably bitter pill to swallow for black people in the United States that were trying to decide whether they wanted to go, the peaceful marches and the peaceful civil disobedience, movement with Martin Luther King, or to go the violent extremist route. Because it sucks. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, well, that's just like the way things ought to be. It's not the way it ought to be. But it's the most effective path towards actually getting the things that you need to survive, or to have equal rights, or to be recognized as a fucking human being in a state that is your own. There is no path forward for the Palestinians using violence. It doesn't matter if it's small scale, because what happens then? The Iron Dome intercepts the fucking rockets, status quo. It doesn't matter if it's large scale, where you drive in and fucking massacre a bunch of fucking teenagers who are high on fucking ecstasy, fucking Molly. Just gun them down in the back of your fucking technical. Because then the Israeli army just like goes in and fucking glasses Gaza. So if small scale violence doesn't work, large scale violence doesn't work, at what point do you change your fucking tactics? And the answer is this. They should have changed their tactics decades ago. But for Hamas and for the terror groups that will fight and martyr themselves and anyone around them, the answer is never. That's why I have the position that I have. Because if it didn't fucking work 80 years ago when Israel was barely established as a fucking state, why the fuck, when Israel has multiple giant, in the beginning, the U.S. wasn't even Israel's ally, and they still ripped every Arab fucking country's ass when they tried to invade them. So now, with America's backing, with the UK's backing, with Germany's backing, with France's backing, with all of these countries around them recognizing Israel as a state and not going to war for the Palestinians, it's time to fucking change your fucking tactics. It's not whether or not violence works. It's that a solution has to be found in spite of the violence on both sides. Otherwise, we are just using violence to justify violence. No, I agree with the first half. It's not whether or not violence works. It's that a solution has to be found in spite of the violence on both sides. I would stop it right there. Okay? A solution has to be found in spite of the violence. Just like the one-sided violence that whites did to black people, a solution was found in spite of that. Otherwise, we are just using violence to justify violence. No. We're using peace or we are using peace to make their violence no longer justifiable. Don't you understand? That's what I'm saying? That changing your tactics to radical peace, radical peaceful protest, radical civil disobedience is the tool to take away their justification for violence in the international community. is the only way to stop the justification of violence on Israel's side from the international community. But, and this is what could change my mind. If you could give me some sort of solution that would be, that could possibly happen. If you could give me a solution that could possibly happen while Palestinians are still engaging in violent resistance, that isn't just like, LOL, two-state solution. LOL, Israel should just cuck out and give them right of return and full rights to work inside of Israel and borders of the West Bank and Gaza as of 1967. Something that would actually like fucking happen. Civil rights movements are typically engaged in a civil setting. If Israel as a state extended to the West Bank and Gaza, and Palestinians were seeking equal rights under a pre-established state, yeah, I understand. I don't care if it's a one-state or a two-state solution. But the Palestinians have to come to some consensus as to what they like, if they want a Palestine or if they can suck it up and live in an Israel where they have equal rights. And then their peaceful resistance has to move from there. I understand what you're saying. But right now, I agree with you that the international community is going to be the deciding factor on this. But the international community can't agree on this because there are two sides to this issue. It is not one-sided. What polling place? Race to the White House? Where do they pull their polling from? I've literally never heard of this pollster, but okay. Anyways. I mean, like, polling is going to be a certain way right now because there's no, like, I understand what you're saying here, but I think that there is enough here, especially with the international eye so closely on it, that you can draw a direct comparison. If there is a specific call, they have to have some sort of unified call. Some unified, plan or something that they would be willing to negotiate for, or something that they've already drawn up, and then they have to have a unified, civil disobedience, civil rights campaign where they shake down every motherfucker that walks into that fucking protest and make sure they don't have a fucking gun. There are material contingencies that could validate either side in the short term. Israel's political goal is to eliminate Hamas. Hamas's political goal is to isolate Israel from the neighboring Arab states. Yes, I know. I agree with you. I agree with you 100% on that. But both sides have valid concerns about the other side in terms of like the citizens of both sides, the people that make up the majority of the voting blocks or the population of both sides. Both sides of the civilians have legitimate fears, and that's why they fucking support or tolerate the fucking leaderships that they have. Will never accept real world solutions. Palestine is not getting historical land back. They are also not getting immediate freedoms. Similar look at objective. I'm sorry. I don't know enough about this to even understand what the objectives were. They're basically they occupy the area, and then they have 5 different multinational brigades with 5 task